the music. Get still going. Welcome back. Hello, hello. Last 2 days have been pretty uneventful, but I have had a little bit of fun. So I once again, oh, also, hey Glue Bar, hope you're doing good today. Up to anything, or just more rank climbing. I took another bash at waffle making. Turned out both better and more disappointing than last time. So, if you guys recall, last time I made waffles, I tried to put peanut butter in the mix. And the peanut butter didn't quite like emulsify into the batter. So it stayed separate and then it burnt and then it formed this like kind of bad sticky crust like on the waffle iron. It took like 3 hours to clean and it was really annoying and just like didn't work well. But the waffle that was left over, however mangled that was, still did really taste of peanut butter. So I was like, okay, like it didn't work, but like I still got a peanut butter waffle. Today, I tried to make this like churro waffle mix that I had that my parents got while they were still down. And it's supposed to be like, oh, cinnamon sugar churro. And like off the bat, I knew it wasn't going to taste like a churro because churros are fried and like the essence of frying something changes its flavor versus like baking it like a waffle iron does. But I made the first one and I was like, wow, this really does not taste cinnamony or churro-like. I was like, oh, that's a little disappointing. So I went into my spice cabinet and I threw like another handful of cinnamon in it and made another one. And I was like, okay, that's like getting closer, but still not quite right. So then I added in a little bit more sugar to thinking like, oh, if I sweeten it up a bit, that'll get me to like where I want it to be. And to be fair, that did get it pretty close. I think if I took the batter at that point and fried it up, it probably would taste pretty close to a churro. But again, I was doing a waffle, so I was like, this just makes me want to like go out and get a churro now. So I consider that a little bit of a failure. I think next time I'll just get regular waffle mix and then probably like maybe some chocolate chips or something to put in it. Because baking chocolate chips are like easier to use in a waffle iron than, well, they're hopefully easier to use in a waffle iron than me just chucking peanut butter into the batter and hoping that works. I don't know. It could end up like another one of the like the peanut butter incident. But chocolate would hopefully be a little easier to clean off than peanut butter because it has a lower melting, like, solidification point. Yeah, it was pretty good. I also, so at first I was just like scooping the mix out of a bowl and kind of like spooning it onto the waffle iron. And I pretty quickly realized like, it's a lot of work and it's making it kind of cook unevenly at the end. So I tried to use like a measuring cup to put a bunch on, and then I put too much on because like my waffle iron isn't a full size one. It's not like a big Belgian waffle iron, but it's bigger than like Eggo waffle. I think it's like 6 inches or something. And the Belgian waffle is like 10-inch. So like all the instructions on the back of this mix box were like, oh, use like 1 cup. So I was like, okay, I'll just like scoop it into a measuring cup and then put it on the waffle iron. Way too much batter. And like when I tried to close it, it like gooped out the sides. And then like as it was cooking, it was so much batter that it was like lifting the top up. And it just, that part was a little messy as well. I did manage to like clean it up and get it working, but it was just that, unrelated to the quality of the waffle, was a mess and a bit of a failure on my part. That'll be it. I don't know. I did that to kind of use up the last of the eggs in the fridge because the eggs were getting kind of old. So now if I ever am able to buy more eggs, because the grocery store near me has been out of eggs the last 3 times I've been to the grocery store. So if I can ever buy more eggs, I'll get more pancake / waffle mix with it, and we'll party with that. Besides that little event, I also had some fun with the bird feeder. So I said, I think Sunday, about how a bunch of crows had found the bird feeder that we had gotten, me and my sisters had gotten my mom for Christmas. And because crows are so much bigger than the other birds that we have around here, because the other ones are like little finches, a couple of titmice, stuff like that. The crows had like picked it clean in basically one day. So I was busy and I hadn't filled it in 2 or 3 days. But there's a bunch of other bird feeders around the house. Like, not even 5 feet from that bird feeder, the electronic one, is just another standard one. But it's basically full and like no birds have been going to it. So I texted my mom like, hey, not to like disappoint you, but I think the electronic bird feeder is like so successful that they don't want to go to the regular bird feeder anymore. And she was like, oh no, that's so sad, but also like so funny. So I went out and I refilled the bird feeder. And then like immediately after I had refilled it, one of the crows came back and was like pecking around to get some more food. And then a cardinal came by and like chirped at it. Because the cardinals have been living here for quite a while and the crows kind of come and go. So I think the cardinal saw the crow on the bird feeder and was like, hey, you and your pals ate all the food last time. Leave it for a couple of days so that we can eat as well. I don't know. I hope the feeders, everyone's liking it. My mom was telling me that like originally it was supposed to like record videos and stuff really easily, and it did for like a day or so, and then it kind of stopped recording. Like she has to now manually set it to record, but apparently that still works decently. I don't know what's up with it. I haven't like tried to look into the electronics and all that. I think that's oh, sad news. So I said that I was going to be babysitting my younger sister's dog for like the last 2 weeks of February, probably. Unfortunately, the dog passed away yesterday. Not unexpectedly, because he was 16 years old. He's not like a super designer inbred dog, but he was a multi-poo, so like they don't have the greatest health conditions. He had like weird asthma, and he was half blind as well. So it's like, oof. Well, sad about that, but the sister was also like, I mean, he was old and kind of like half dead already, so like that, yeah. So that's sad, but hey, Rack, how you doing today? Just relating a bit of sad news that I won't be needing to babysit my sister's dog for the rest of February. But I guess that's okay then, because now we found out that as of Monday, older sister is going to be coming over and spending like a week with us. So the house is never empty. There's always someone hanging around now. Oh my god. And now my mom has said that their apartment building doing all right. Today went better than yesterday, so it's an improvement. Nice. Gotta get a little better every day. You know, gradual improvements may not feel like much, but it's the best way to like improve your living conditions or your mental state and all that kind of stuff. So, what was I on? Right. So, like, my parents, apparently their whole apartment building is going to be getting the pipes redone because they have, like, good copper pipes. But apparently the area they live in, I don't know if it's the water itself or if there's some new, like, contamination in the water. I don't know. But apparently it's like now eating through all the copper pipes in that city. So a couple of apartments have already like had the pipes burst and then flood the apartment. So now like the whole building's getting redone. And initially they were like, oh, they want to stay at their apartment through that time because like they don't want people going in and out of their apartment without them like keeping track and knowing what's going on. Really unfortunate. Yeah. But then they were told that like while this is going on, the plumbing company has to shut off the water for like 8 hours over the span of sorry. The plumbing company has to shut off the water for like 8 hours while they're doing these repairs for each apartment, and like it's gonna take multiple days per apartment because they have to like cut out the drywall, replace a small section of the pipe, put the drywall back in, all that kind of stuff. So that's like 8 hours that they can't get anything from, well, they can't use the kitchen sink. They apparently can't use the washing machine at all, even when they turn the water back on, because something with how the washing machine works, like it just would mess up the new pipes or something. I don't know. And like they can't use the bathroom during that whole 8-hour period. And like, I could probably, if I really put my mind to it, be like, no, I gotta like use the bathroom before the plumbers get here. And then like for that 8 hours, like I can't resist using the bathroom, and then like as soon as they leave I'd probably need to use the restroom again. But like that is a really annoying circumstance. Just be like, ooh, okay, can't drink much water at lunch, can't eat too much over the course of the day because like I cannot use the bathroom in like the entire apartment building while this is going on. So they were like, oh, well, maybe when that starts, we'll come back down. Yeah, it's like, it's not end of the world, but it is just like an inconvenient thing to have to deal with. So they were like, well, now that we think about like how that's all going down, maybe we'll come back down and stay with you while that's going on. And the entire building renovation would take 6 weeks. Their individual apartment, they said, would probably only take 4 to 6 days. But if they're coming down for that, they're probably gonna stay more time. And I was like, I can't like tell you not to come down because you are my parents and it would suck to like live through that. I really cannot handle you guys like living with me for another couple of weeks this year. I need to just like not have anyone around for a bit. I need to like, no, just stop. No one's allowed to live in my house for the next 6 months. Everyone is getting turned away. Ugh. I don't know. Yeah, just need to reset and have some time to yourself. Yeah. I I don't know. I'm used to living like alone and doing stuff alone. I realize now I real now like for the last year and a half, my parents have like mostly retired. Like my mom is still kind of working, but it's all like conference remote work, not like day-to-day job stuff. So like they're gonna be like down here and probably shacking up with me because I'm the only person without like a huge family living with them more and more frequently. And like as annoying as that is, I just kind of have to deal with it. And I don't know, maybe I should just be like, I'm only just getting used to being alone, so I still appreciate when family visit. I can see how one might need a break if they're more used to being on there. Yeah, it's just kind of like a routine thing, and like breaking out of my normal routine and like having to get set to a new one so like more often is annoying. But yeah, so like the more annoying thing other than them just being here and like kind of the ambientness of being around people is like, at least over the last 2 years, I've been like very consistent about like, oh, I don't want to stream like while they're awake and like, one, disturb them, and two, the possibility of them just like shouting my name or like bursting into my office and being like, hey, we need something in the middle of me streaming. But like, if they're gonna be here now for like, I don't know, they were talking about, I like mathed out how much they would be here, like with this new coming down and then possibly coming down earlier next winter to do stuff with the family. And I was like, wow, you'd be here for like 6 months of the year probably. And I was like, should I just like tell them that I'm also now streaming in my off time and be like, hey, when I'm like yelling in my office to like random strangers on the internet, can you just like shut up and not bother me? Which they'd probably be understanding and be like, sure. But it's just such a like awkward conversation to be like, hey, I'm talking to a bunch of people that I don't know on the internet and playing random games. Can you like not be so loud all the time? Although for their part, they do understand streaming. They're not one of those like old people that's like, what? Why are people on the internet? Why don't you just like play games in person? Why don't you like go over to someone's house? They get what like Twitch streaming, podcasting is as like the next evolution of being like a radio host or like a television person. My father knows what it takes for me to stream and he's considerate. He actually likes participating when he visits me. I've never streamed when my mother's visit though. He's more likely to call out for me or burst into my room. Yeah, like I think it would be funny if I could convince them to be like, hey, can you come on to my stream and just like spout your absolute nonsense for like a good half an hour? Because they do just sometimes say random stuff. My dad has all these like weird alien abduction stories, even though he has never claimed to be abducted by aliens. he does not care about like all of the weird like paranormal UFO kind of like conspiracy theory stuff. He will just like randomly talk about like, oh yeah, like have you heard this story about people getting abducted by aliens? And it's like, what? You never bring this up normally. It's always when you need like a random filler conversation, you just go into aliens. Yeah, I don't know. All things to think about for the future, but for right now, I just want to be like, ugh, I need to get back to normal. That is like probably 2 months away at least, so that's good. I don't know. And now, at some point, I got a plan for visiting my other sister that lives in Colorado. I don't know, that's gonna be a break from streaming and going over there. I don't know. Now I'm just like thinking about all the different plans I have to do this year. He sounds like he is really fun to just like hang around and talk to, but like knowing him for a long time, it's just so weird when he like says his random like little factoids and you're like, well, what? Where did that come from? That is not related to like any of your other interests. Like at one point, I can't remember where we were. It was either like a zoo or an aquarium or something. And he just started talking about like marine studies on dolphins and how like dolphins would attack people. He's like, yeah, everyone thinks they're cute and cuddly, but like they'll attack you. Father's a part-time professor, so I usually get hour-long lectures. Oof. Yeah. Parents that are teachers or like in academia and like delivering their classrooms to you, and it's like, ooh, this is like, but I'm glad you like this stuff and I'm happy to like hear about it and learn about it, but also like this isn't the lecture hall, please. Make it more digestible. They're interesting though. They're sometimes not great. Yeah. And just like sometimes you want more of a conversation. Let's move into the game. So today we're playing The Roottrees Are Dead. So ask for help on something and becomes a lesson. Yeah. That, not lecture related, but my uncle does that with mechanics where it's like, hey, I need to like learn how to, or not even learn, I just want to like do something with my car. Like, hey, can you help me with this? And it's like, oh, let me like turn you into a mechanic for 3 hours. Like, okay, thank you for the help, but I also did not need to learn how to like rebuild an engine. I just needed to know how to like change out my coolant. So this is The Roottrees Are Dead. I was sold on this as it being a puzzle game kind of akin to Return of the Obra Dinn, where you have to like figure out what's going on with this family. This game, I've heard about it. I'm excited to see what it's about through your game. Yeah. So you're supposed to be like solving a mystery of what happened to these people, but like you're doing it all through your internet browser. Oh, the mystery begins here. Mystery will unlock once you've finished. I don't get what that is. Maybe that's like free play mode to find like all of the different hints or something? Also, it's supposed to be kind of like 90s coded. I was looking in the settings and there's like monitor glare and like strobing of pixels and stuff. So I assume if it's not like set in the past, it's at least like you're going to be using an old style computer. Yeah, 1998.
The plane that crashed last night just outside of Pittsburgh is now known to have been the private jet of the Roottrees Corporation. Local aviation authorities have speculated, based on the pilot's final communication, that the winter storm and heavy winds played a significant role in the crash. On board were multiple family members, including corporate president Carl Roottrees and his daughters, the Roottrees sisters, best known for their fashion lines and modeling careers. There were no survivors. Again, for those of you just joining us, the Roottrees are dead.
I know it's late, but I'm guessing you've seen the news. In addition to dealing with the grief, the Roottrees company's lawyers are scrambling.
I wonder if that was the dev being like the only human face in this like cartoonish style. Also, let me know if it's too loud. It's kind of loud on my end, but I think that's just my speakers. It is turned down in OBS, but that might also be still pretty loud.
Everything's about to change. Anyone proven to be a blood relative is about to get much richer. I'm here to ensure everyone is accounted for.
It's a bit soft on stream, actually. Okay, let me see if I can turn it up a bit more. See how that sounds.
I've heard you're an expert at sorting out complicated family trees. A genealogy genie, as it were. I'm going to give you a quick test. Pass, and I can promise you the job of a lifetime.
Ooh, okay. So complete the family tree of the Roottrees sisters. Siblings are in birth order, oldest to youngest. Examine my evidence. Search the internet for clues. Fill in names. Fill in occupations. Fill in photos. Spouse married. Is there going to be more than this, or is this a really quick game? Okay. A person who hired you gave you this photo with a note attached. This was taken during the first shoot for the Roottrees sisters' Got Milk ad. I've tracked down a test photo from before they painted the fake mustaches on, which I thought would be more appropriate considering the circumstance. The ad copy reads, "You might recognize our faces from the magazine you're reading, or you might recognize our names from the candy bar you're eating. Being a Roottrees is a full-time job, but so is growing up. That's why the calcium found in our milk is so important. Plus, you can't make chocolate without it." Okay, so the Roottrees Corporation is a chocolate corporation. Sounds good now? Okay, good. Oh, I can highlight certain things. Okay, so like highlight. Oh, there's like a whole notes section to go with highlights. Okay. Was there anything else with this? Okay, I have to click on them individually. Okay. So now I have this. We don't actually know which one is which. So now he wants us to search the internet for clues. Welcome to the information superhighway. Ah. This reminds me of when I got to read research papers in preparation for my own oh yeah. This is very much a like, hey, remember doing your master's thesis? Oh god. I hope I don't develop a sleep disorder like I did then. Your PC is equipped with a 56K modem. Oh my god, is that dial-up? Do we have to deal with dial-up? Oh my god, that would be so funny. I'm not enjoying this aspect of grad school currently, lol. Oof. Well, I can't say it gets better. Your thesis is probably going to be like the worst part of grad school. But take it from me and everyone I know that's ever gotten their graduate degree, the second you finish it, it feels like you are a different person. It is like the best feeling in the world. You're just like, I never have to do that ever again. Goodbye. 56K modem, which is fast enough to access any site in the World Wide Web, even those with high resolution images. Oh god, we're gonna have to wait like 3 hours in-game time for an image to download, aren't we? Can we download LimeWire? Can we download a music bite that's supposed to be, god, what was out in 98? Ooh, was Vanga Boys still popular in 98, or was that early 2000s? No, original Green Day, but before American Idiot, like original run Green Day would have been in 98. Can we go to LimeWire, download Green Day, and then accidentally get a virus or a clip of Bill Clinton saying he did not have sexual relations? God, so old. If you find anything interesting, be sure to print it out. Did a maternity photo shoot with a thesis. Oh. Yeah, there's good like post-thesis joking about theses. I saw one once that was a an engineer that I think was either aerospace or some kind of mechanical, and he had a jet engine that I think wasn't even like his thesis. I think it was like part of it, like the aerodynamics of it or something. And he like ground up the thesis paper into mush, like distilled it into jet fuel, and then used it to run the engine for like 3 seconds. If you find anything interesting, be sure to print it out with your included high-end color laser printer. Ooh, we got a laser jet or maybe an HP. Or burn a music CD to listen to later. If you want to revisit a search result, be sure to use Netscraper Navigator's history feature. Happy surfing, and remember, cashew PCs are delicious. Cashew PCs are not edible. Do not try to eat your computer. I'm guessing that's like a replacement for Apple, maybe? No documents printing. No notifications. Oh, we do have dial-up. Oh, yeah. Oh. Ooh, okay. We don't have like an actual browser. We have Search Spider. Netscraper Explorer. Pro tip, you can create notes quickly by highlighting the text with your mouse. Okay. Let's just Google Roottree. First pages are filled with the news results about the plane crash. Besides that, there are countless advertisements and conversations about various products made by Roottree Candy Company. Most articles mention Carol Roottree, who was the president of the Roottree Candy Company. Okay, Carol. Oh, and we can do key searches off of these results. Okay, so that's gonna be Carol is the president of RTCC, Roottree Candy Company. Was president of the Roottree Candy Company. Oh wait. I thought that was Carol because we've only gotten seen the daughters, but that's the dad. His daughters are also eulogized, collectively referred to as the Roottree sisters. They've been famous from a very early age. Okay, let's... No, I don't care about that. Let's search Carl. Carl Roottree died in a recent plane crash, along with his wife, Brenda, and their daughters, the Roottree sisters. He was the president of the Roottree Candy Company, as well as the clothing company Root, okay, which he co-founded with his wife. According to the news sites, the Roottree Candy Company plans to put out a press release sometime within the hour to address the absence of Carl in the crash and the questions they have been receiving. Once you finish placing the Roottree sisters in the family tree, it would be wise to repeat this search. Okay. So let's Google the Roottree sisters. There are a lot of obituaries that focus on the Roottree sisters' modeling careers. You also come across an official Roottree fan site, seemingly curated by a teenager. That's a little strange. It's neon pink with purple text. Yeah, that's early internet website, all right. Neon pink with purple text. And hard to read until you highlight the words. The young webmaster writes, Rihanna is the most famous because she's the oldest and got married to TMS? Riley is the smart one, and Rose is a middle child like me. Okay, so this is... Okay, so it goes... Oldest is... Rihanna. Oh, wait. Oh. Oldest is Rihanna. Second is Rose with an H for some reason. Yeah, all of their names are spelt very strangely. Wait, all of their names begin with RH2. That's weird. People that do that, like, everyone in the family has the same first initial, creeps me out, but I guess if you're bringing someone into this world, you have at least enough say to put that until they become 18 and can decide for themselves. Okay. So Rihanna, Rose, then Riley. And then Riley's a smart one, and Rihanna is married to EMS, and Rose is smart. I could never. I would just get everyone mixed up. Rather have them have something hard to pronounce than something similar to their siblings. I knew a couple of kids in high school that, not all the same family, but there were I think there were 3 brothers and sisters that were like David and Daniel. It was David, Daniel, John and Joe, but Joe was a sister. And forgetting the other one. And then they like always hung out together and were like, yeah, we're the siblings that sound alike. Just we don't care if you get mixed up. It was like their funny little club. Okay, so oldest. Oh wow, we have a lot of names. We have Rihanna. We have Rihanna. We have huh. Okay, that's strange. We don't have a Rose. So is Rose either going to be one of the other ones with a name change or something else? Or is she going to be like trans or something? Okay. You might think that they are rich just because they are models, but their dad is also the president of the candy company and their mom, Brenda, is a fashion designer. They do the modeling for her brand, Root. I eat Roottrees candy all the time. My favorite are maple crisps. Is that like that weird maple candy that Canadians make where they like just drip maple syrup into snow and eat it? And try to dress in plain Root clothes. Oh god, they're a super fan. Clothes like Riley does in most of the posters. Someday I want to get my ears pierced like Rose. Okay, so Rose has ears pierced. Website author continues to talk about her own life and what she likes about Root fashion lines. But none of it is relevant. Okay. So Rose has her ears pierced. And then okay, all of these could be plain clothes. I don't know if any of those are particularly stand out. So now can we Google EMS? EMS is a common abbreviation of the early 90s teen heartthrob Tommy Mark Sheridan. His first credited role as Thomas Sheridan was on a soap opera called Time Marches Onward. He skyrocketed to popularity after the starring role on the sitcom Brother Trouble. Art thought, yeah, this is extremely 90s coded. Since the end of Brother Trouble, he has often been on the cover of tabloids for his supposed drug use, and more recently his relationship with Rihanna Roottree. Oh, is he a Macaulay Culkin? After a short engagement, they married in 1997 when she was only 19 and he was 23. I mean, that's not a crazy age gap. It is a bit weird if they were dating like before she was 18, but like, I don't know. I'm used to celebrities now where it's like, oh, he was 30 and she was like 19. So Sheridan. I mean, I guess we can save occupation for a second, because we don't know if like it's all supposed to be them being models. So let's go with Rihanna Roottree. There are a lot of obituaries focusing on the Roottree sisters, modeling career. Okay, so this is just the same as if we Google the sisters themselves. Yeah, it's relatively tame. Designer. Can we Google Rose? Writer Search was founded in 1997 is one of the most up-to-date advanced searches. Searched it. Okay, so this is just like it didn't return the results right. Wait, hold on. Oh, we have actual like keyboard effects when we type into the browser. It's cute. Rose Roottree is not as popular as their older sister Rihanna, but still well known. Most of the time, they're lumped together as the Roottree sisters. Fortunately, the results for Rose by herself don't lead to anything different than when searching for the sisters together. Huh. Okay. Yeah, there's something there with it being like specifically there's not many results for Rose. Can we look up just root? Root is a pretty common word, although some searches are not case sensitive. If you search for something specific, you should keep an eye on how it's spelled and punctuated during your search. For example, the clothing company Root always has a period after it. Okay. Even if it's not the end of a sentence. Additionally, if you search for a name, most of the time you'll need the full name, but sometimes if someone goes by a nickname, searching for their nickname is the only way to find results. Huh. Root, the period as part of the name, is a clothing company. They make clothes for children, from toddlers to teenagers, although their website is down, likely due to the increased web traffic. You find countless retail sites attempting to advertise their clothes towards the target audience. One of them has this to say: "We've spied the Roottree sisters looking..." Oh god, my bones are turning to dust just saying this. You've spied the Roottree sisters looking hella fly in catalogs, magazines, and posters. Now you too can be like Riley, Rose, and Rihanna. You also come across a website from a collector of clothing catalogs. Apparently, Root has released 2 catalogs per year every year since 1984, and Rihanna appeared on almost all of them. There is only one that a webmaster considers a collector's item enough to mention. It seems that Brenda Roottree, the Roottree sisters' mother and Root's head designer, appeared on one cover holding her daughter Rose in 1985. The site says this was the only time her daughter was ever listed by her birth name, Carly. Okay. So her birth name is Carly, but because both of her sisters are RH, she goes by Rose, I'm guessing. Okay. So then let's search Carly Roottrees. You discovered a trivia page that lists common trick questions. The answer to what are the first names of the famous Roottree girls? Listed answer Rihanna, Carly, and Riley. The explanation below the answer states Rose was originally born Carly Rose Roottree. Apparently, her parents had planned to name a son Carl Roottree Jr., but after finding out they were having a second daughter, they called her Carly. It's weird that they were like dead set on one name for the baby. No, most people pick out like a boy and a girl name, and sometimes like a couple of different boy and girl names. That's weird. Also, like, late 90s, they definitely had sonograms. You'd find out pretty quickly and be able to pivot. Strange. Sometime in the early 90s, a now preteen Carly strongly expressed her dislike that her sisters had RH names, and she was the odd one out. That's when she began going by her middle name. Okay. Can we search up Carl Roottree Jr.? Not relevant to the investigation. Okay. Let's go backwards, and then I want to Google the mother. You stumble across an auction for a black and blue dress that is Brenda White original. The auction describes it as a vintage dress from before Brenda became Brenda Roottree and started designing clothes for Root. So her original name was Brenda White? The white and gold dress itself doesn't see... Okay. This is an old meme. The white and gold, black and blue dress. What's next? They're gonna go with a Yanny or Laurel? They really hit me with the remember this? Stumble across an auction. Yeah, okay. Can we... What happens if we look up this? Nothing for that? Okay. What else? Let me look up Brother Trouble. Brother Trouble was a 1998 sitcom about two 16-year-old brothers the same age, one adopted, played by Tommy Mark Sheridan and Dustin Christopher Baker. Their single mother, played by stand-up Penelope Tessa Green, often had to navigate her job as a magazine columnist as well as the troubles that come along with raising two boys who are extremely competitive in sports, academics, and even romantic pursuits of their next-door neighbor, Roxy. The showrunner was a small screen director, Ron Roottrees. The show had strong ratings through the entirety of season 1, rocketing both Sheridan and Baker to instant stardom, mostly amongst the teenage girl demographic. However, it was canceled in 1991, midway through the second season, due to a significant drop in ratings. Ron Roottrees. Ron Roottrees is a small screen director and head of RR Productions. He directed episodes of a few other shows before showrunning and creating one season of hit Brother Trouble. The show was canceled partway through season 2. Okay. I'm not sure if we're supposed to like already have most of the information. Because like we can put all of their occupation as model. I can guess that her standing in the back means she's probably the oldest, which would leave her as the youngest. Okay, so figure out what's wrong. So that isn't correct. So do we have them like in the wrong order? She the oldest and she the youngest? Yes, okay. These 3 entries are correct and have been locked. You also unlocked the following optional entry, Sheridan Thomas.
Sorry to test you, but I had to be sure you could use the internet. Some folks refuse to get with the times. Safe to say, you're hired. The reward for untangling the family tree is substantial. Life-changing, even. But here's the catch. The Roottrees go way, way back. The family tree's a bit daunting. Most people freak out the first time they see the whole thing. But I'm sure you'll be fine. The man who started it was particular about whom he considered family. For your purposes, you only need his direct blood relatives.
Okay, so that means there's definitely like a bunch of adopted kids somewhere in there. And then like all the spouses are going to be like off to the side.
Is optional, but filling them in can lead to useful discoveries. Lastly, you now have access to some unique websites, plus a list of notable Roottrees. Notable people are easy to find via your search engine, and marked with stars on the family tree. I'm off for now. Carl Roottree had a lot in his office. I'll look for anything useful. I'll return once you identify 6 more blood relatives.
Okay, so we have like checkpoints.
Sorry, one last thing. This might sound odd, but if anyone else claiming to represent the Roottrees reaches out, I'd appreciate you not mentioning I was here. Thank you, and good luck.
Oh. So this is probably like someone from one of the sisters? And not official? Oh man, this is big. Sleuth. Okay, so we can zoom out. Oh, and now... Now we have a bunch of different ads. Ruchi sisters and their parents died. Okay, this says their parents, but it says the father was missing. Died in December 1998. Next evening, a shadowy figure appeared on the door and said the lawyers were looking to sort the family tree. For a quick test, figure gave you access to some notable resources. They only fill in 6 more blood relatives. Okay. Root tree 5 pieces. Powdered plum or power plum. So strawberry. Cool chocolate. Bad blue raspberry. An awesome apple. So these are like what? Jolly Ranchers? They're 5 flavors because the original inventor had 5 kids. Maybe that's why kids still love them. Radical new flavors because it's no longer 1920s. What even is an elderberry anyways? Intuition. You've been in this line of work a long time. So long, in fact, you've developed a sixth sense for how useful your evidence can be. The numbers on the magnifying glass refer to how many clues are connected to a specific piece of evidence. The higher the number, the more there is to find. At the start of the research, the notables list sets off the alarm bells, a list of famous people that you can find via search engine. It's pretty rare to get something that useful. Let's take advantage of it. As you progress, the numbers will change. Whenever you find more evidence or lock in a family member, new discoveries will be added to the list, and old evidence will become less useful. Trust your intuition. If a piece of evidence seems too good to be true, take a closer look at the people or phrases it mentions. Often, the most satisfying revelations come from retracing a path you thought was fully explored, armed with a new perspective. Sometimes the reason certain evidence has such high value is because it can lead to future evidence. You may have missed a huge piece of the puzzle. This is an advertisement for 5 pieces aimed at kids from the magazine Teen Blast. It mentions that the 5 pieces were named as such because the original creator had 5 children. The ad mentions that the current 5 flavors are not the same as back then. Roottrees sister, Carl Roottrees, Elias and Gwyneth. Okay, that's gotta be like the original 2. Gwen, Red, Jim, Lauren, and Miracle Jr. List of notable Roottrees. Any entry on the family tree that belongs to someone on the list will be marked with a star. Notable Roottrees will be crossed out after they are verified and locked. Okay. So this is Brenda White. And this is Carl. Occupation. Fifth president. Oh, it already has them pinned. Okay. Elias. And oh, there's a bunch of Gwyneths. Okay. So I'm guessing Madison? No, we can't. Oh, can we? Okay, I guess we can't change that yet. Once you verify this blood relative, you'll be able to add bonus photos. Okay. You don't have any portraits available to add to the family tree. To get started, click on the faces on your evidence tab. Okay, so let's go to Carl Roottrees. Oh, is it? Carl Roottrees died in a recent plane crash, along with his wife Brenda and their daughters Roottrees sisters. He was president of the Roottrees Candy Company as well as the clothing company Root, which he co-founded with his wife. There is a short press release on the Roottrees Candy Company released today, the news organization. It is with a heavy heart that we mourn the loss of Carl, Brenda, and the Roottrees sisters, the other employees that perished in the terrible tragedy. The entire Roottrees family is in shock and requesting the privacy in this time. As the head of our company, Carl was an was an incredible man and an unmatched leader. Filling his absence will be difficult and may take a considerable time. In the interim, we hope that you join us in looking back fondly on Carl and his family's triumphs and accomplishments. They go on to list some of these accomplishments. One of them seems relevant to your search. Like his great-grandfather before him, Carl earned the highly prestigious Watchman of the Year title. News periodical added Business Watch. Okay. Business Watch magazine is a magazine focused on companies, CEOs, and the economy. They have been around for over 100 years in one form or another, and will often write about major changes in management at famous companies. Every year, they offer an award to the prominent businessman who has furthered the field. They call this Watchman of the Year. You can find through a few searches that 2 Roottrees have been featured as Watchmen of the Year, Elias Roottree and Carl Roottree. Business Watch does not host any online archives on any sites you can find via spider search, though you may be able to find individual articles and issues through the periodical search. Okay. And can we look up Elias Roottree? Oh. Did we get... Oh, okay. Dang, that is a good painting portrait for 1990, or for 1909. This is a famous picture of Elias and Gwyneth Roottree. It was taken... Oh, it's a color picture from back then? I did not know color pictures went that far back. I thought that was like a 30s thing. This is a famous picture of Elias and Gwyneth Roottree. It was taken in 1909 after they founded the Roottree Candy Company, but before it was a success. From what you found searching the internet, it seems quite difficult to find any site about Elias or Gwyneth that isn't accompanied by this picture. Elias and Gwyneth are on the notable Roottrees list in your evidence, and they will be marked on the chart with a star. The art style looks really nice. Yeah, it's like a weird early century painting where it's like flat along like the clothes, but like the face is really detailed. Okay, so first president, and we don't know Gwyneth's occupation yet. Elias Roottree was the founder of the first president of the Roottree Candy Company. You find what is essentially a propaganda site about him created by the Roottree Candy Company. Like Renaissance painting, but with a more modern twist. Yeah. At the top, there is a picture of him and his wife Gwyneth. The picture has been added to evidence. There's also a biography section that has some additional information. Elias was credited for inventing 5 pieces, a popular maple candy. Before that, the farm he inherited by marrying his wife only produced syrup. After 5 pieces became wildly successful, Elias spent his time and energy on cementing his reputation as a family man. He is quoted on the site as saying, "Blood is thicker than syrup, and any child linked by blood to me shall be linked by blood to my legacy." Huh. The site enthusiastically claims that he made good on that promise, but offers no additional details. Oh, so like that's who is hiring us, like the grandfather's attorney, so that like his will and probate will be like everyone in the family must get a share of the company or something. There are a few more quotes about Elias from a book called Family Man, The Roottrees Legacy by Bess Williams. To say there are biases are a massive understatement. Below that, there's a long list of accomplishments and awards, and one standout. Like his great-grandson Carl, Elias was voted Watchman of the Year. Okay, so who is Bess Williams? Bess Williams was an author born in the late 1880s. He lived just outside of Miami and died tragically young in a major hurricane that struck the area in 1926. Information about her and her book, Family Man, seems to have faded over time due to a lack of interest. Family Man, The Roottrees Legacy by Bess is a very poorly received book about Elias Roottree. Impossible to find a copy of the book these days. We look up 5 pieces. From the marketing material and various candy history sites. Oh. Hey, Lubar, glad you're still hanging in there. You learn that 5 pieces are an iconic candy sold by the Roottrees Candy Company. Although they are no longer the company's only popular product, they still sell well to this day. 5 pieces are small, colorful, shell-coated maple candies that since the late 20s have been pressed into the shape of a maple leaf, although they usually have one flavor that looks like a berry. And as tastes have changed over the years, so have the 5 flavors, but the shape and combination with maple have remained consistent. There is also a History of Print Advertising website that claims to have 5-piece advertisement scans from the book The Sweet History of Candy Volume 2 by Charles Lee. Unfortunately, when you click through the website, it seems like all of their image links are broken. Nothing for that. No results for Charles Lee either. Nothing for the history of print advertising. Okay. We look up Gwyneth. No. Periodicals. Business Watch. Business Watch has played host to many Roottrees advertisements over the years, many of their products, including 5 pieces. They flood the results. Okay, can we... No, we can't pull up like a picture of them. What about... Okay, nothing relevant for that. Oh, okay. Oh, Jesus. What did we look up to find that book? Oh, I think it was 5 pieces. Right, okay, here. Charles Lee. Okay, Sweet History of Candy. Ah, there we go. That gave us some new pictures to look at. Published in 1985, hardcover, History of Advertising Notification. This part of the book series about all things candy in the modern world. It starts in 1925 and continues onwards, to chronicle the rise of mass production and global distribution. The book ends with a look into the future of candy as envisioned by experts in 1985. With the addition of hindsight, you can clearly see they got pretty much everything wrong. It includes some print advertisements. You find a newspaper ad for 5 pieces from 1930s, added to evidence. Okay. It's a miracle, a modern candy for a modern society. Roottrees' 5 pieces contain 5 different maple-infused flavors. The Roottrees are a proud family business, and our flavors are inspired by our children. G is for grape, E is for elderberry, CE is for cinnamon extract, M is for melon, and introducing M for miracle berry. Miracle berry is a burst of beautiful, blossoming blended berries. Try today. An advertisement, Sweet History of Candy, Volume 2 by Charles Lee. The stated flavors are inspired by their children, and the order is grape, elderberry, cinnamon extract, melon, and the newest flavor, miracle. Okay, so that's the birth order. G, E, C, M, and M, miracle. Also, I think we can get that as a farmer, and maybe with innocent no, I don't know. Okay, so this has to be a G, so it's either Gwendolyn or Gwen. Okay, it will be Gwen. The last one be Miracle Jr.? I don't know. That's Gwen. And I'm guessing Miracle, this one is going to be Miracle. Yeah, it's going to be like Miracle, Miracle Jr., Miracle the Third. Okay, what else do we have? Still don't have Carl as a, like, result. Periodical. Okay, there, we got that. Carl Roottree was voted Watchman of the Year in 1987 for his work with Root. The cover and summary of this article has been added to your evidence. Okay, can we search Root as well? No, that just brings up Carl again. Ah, there's Carl. Carl Roottree was voted Watchman of the Year in 1987, and a photo of him appears on the cover. According to the cover, Business Watch is a magazine for and about corporate leaders. It has ongoing coverage of who's who in the corporate world. Carl was chosen not for his work in Roottree candy, but rather the clothing company Root. And here's a brief history. Before they married, Carl's wife Brenda was a fashion consultant. When Rihanna was born, Brenda retired to become a stay-at-home mother, looking for a creative outlet. She spent any free time she had on the sewing machine. Rihanna's new clothes were a hit with other parents, including Carl's cousin, Jim Roottree, a notable singer who had a young daughter around the same age as Rihanna. Okay. So... Carl. We have a cousin. But we have no idea where that cousin fits in, do we? Huh. Rihanna, Carl, Jim. His cousin Jim Roottrees, a notable singer who had a young daughter around the same age as Rihanna. Word spread. In 1982, Brenda's patterns were being copied by other brands. Seeing a demand, Carl and his second cousin, Ernie Jr., would become president of the Roottrees company at the time, spearheaded Root. Other blood relatives who have a say in the company's franchise refused to fund anything other than candy, so Carl personally spent his entire inheritance to bankroll the clothing company. When the profits began to appear, however, the rest of the family changed their tune, and they repaid his investment, and now Root exists under the umbrella of the candy company, and they all benefit. Per tradition, or perhaps superstition, new clothes always debut the way the first one did. Rihanna becomes their catalog's cover model. As she grew, the product line expanded to older kids as well. Her younger sisters were then recruited to show off the baby clothes. Carl was voted Watchman of the Year primarily off his personal gamble in the ensuing payoff. Okay, so we have two relatives. We have and delete all of these old ones. We have Ernie Roottrees Jr., who's a second cousin and president. And we have Jim Roottrees, who is first cousin and a singer. Ernie Jr. was a former president of the Roottrees Candy Company. He seemed to directly precede Carl Roottrees, and one website even says that he was Carl's mentor. He was apparently very successful as a president, but not so much as to be a public figure. He was rarely seen in public and stepped down due to an illness in 1996. He has since passed away. Edit the note. And he is the fourth president. What can we get about Jim Roottrees? James Roottrees is a singer who sings in the duo Jim and Diamond with his wife, Diamond. Okay. Married to Diamond LaRux. The duo, according to many sources you find, is considered a one-hit wonder due to the disco song Rollin' Down to the City. is now in your evidence folder. Although Jim writes a majority of the songs, plays the guitar, and often sings, Diamond is considered by fans to be the band's lead singer. And the band never had another hit, but has its fans who refer to themselves as Diamond's Dazzlers. The rest of their music is more folksy and acoustic than the one song they were known for. Jim and Diamond have continued releasing music through the 80s and early 90s. Other albums you find mentioned are Cherry Tree and Sound of Laughter. Jim has become a bit of a recluse and hasn't made a public appearance since 1996. An album by Jim and Diamond in 1989. You can't even find a picture of the cover. It doesn't appear to have been very successful. Reviews seem middling, even for fans. Some basic liner notes exist on Jim Roottree fan page, and it says that the lyrics and guitar are credited to Jim Roottree and vocals credited to Diamond LaRoux. Okay, what about Cherry Tree? Cherry Tree is a pretty general shirt, perhaps finding results for foliage. Do I have to include the comma? No. Okay, what about Diamond LaRoux? James Roottree is a singer. Okay, so that's just the same one as the entry for that. Rolling on down to the city. Jim and Diamond. And Down to the City was barely a top 20 hit for a few years in 1979. According to the liner notes, it sterilizes how the part of society was contented to remain indifferent to economic inflation and civil unrest in the Middle East. Oh, okay. Hitting a little close to present day, unless pop culture tricked them into caring. Somewhat ironically, listeners did seem to pay attention to the lyrics enough to trick them into caring. Instead, most of its play came from roller discos. Oh, listeners didn't seem to pay attention to the lyrics enough to trick them into caring. Because it was such a product of its time, it doesn't get much play anymore, even on stations that play oldies. Maybe that's why you'd never heard of it before now. This image is from an auction for a sealed copy. It still has the sticker that says, only the great grandson of Eli Roottree could make disco this sweet. It is credited to Peter Janowitz from MMM. Music and lyrics by Jim Roottree, vocals by Jim Roottree and Diamond LaRoux. Jim Roottree is on the notable Roottrees list in your evidence, and he will be marked on the charts with a star. Lyrics of this song contain no clues. Oh, okay, we don't need to pay attention to the lyrics. So this must be Jim. Oh, musician. Oh, okay, we've gotten... These entries are correct and have been locked. You've also locked the following option entry, White Brenda. Okay, and then this is Diamond LaRoux. So these are like secondary photos we can find. Cool. And this doesn't seem to be the right Gwen then. Or maybe she's not a farmer? There's 11 clues related to it. Okay. Yes, next we can search for Win. Oh, it just printed out a picture for us. You find some information on a website about the old films that are not yet available on VHS. The site is not very well organized and the search is broken, but you get into individual pages from your search engine. Gwen Roottrees is a somewhat well-known actress who was active in the 1950s. Often appeared in tabloids, especially around the time of her highly publicized divorce. Her biggest role was the minor hit movie Guys Like Us. She left Hollywood after the flop of Christmas Mansion. There is a widely circulated picture of Gwen from behind the scenes in one of her movies, which you've added to evidence. Did you know trivia? Gwen was the granddaughter of Elias Roottrees, the founder of Roottrees Candy. She shouldn't have been named Roottrees, but her father took her mother's famous name, which was quite rare in those days. Let's search for Christmas Mansion. Find some information on a website about old films that are not yet available on VHS. Christmas Mansion on this page is called Flops. It was a war movie about World War I, released in 1955. Oh, is this about like the armistice during Christmas? Received poor reviews and lost the studio money. Gwen Roottrees had a role as a soldier's wife who wrote him letters from home. You find no additional relevant information. The movie was marked as an incredible true story, but no record of the events happened and have ever been found. Yeah, sounds like a war movie. Guys Like Us. You find some information on a website about old films. Guys Like Us is a 1953 film in which two secretaries cut their hair short and pose as businessmen to get ahead in life until one of them falls in love with their client and hilarity ensues, starring Gwen Roottrees and Leslie Florence and Harrison Lane. The title is a play on words, as it can be read as the two women are men similar to other men, or that men are fond of them. This is a photo widely circulated portrait of Gwen Roottrees. You have seen at multiple websites about old films. Gwen Roottrees is a notable Roottrees list. Okay. Split up. So this one is Gwen. Occupation, actor, husband. Did we find a husband list for her? No, I don't think we found. Maybe she wasn't divorced. Maybe then this. I don't know. Oh, this is top secret? You can open this envelope after this whole family tree has been filled in. It has 2 names that must be typed in manually. The clues are obscure and have been intentionally hidden in the past and may even require some leaps in logic. Try to keep an eye out for any inconsistencies. Ooh, okay, so there were some black sheep in the family that have to be, like, filled in. This one might not be Gwen. Let's look up Gwyneth Madison. Oh. Mad then? No, okay. We know Gwen has to be like one of these row with a star. Where? Right, okay. What about red root? Find information on websites about strange historical facts. Elias Harrington Rootree, aka Red, was an appointed judge. Okay. Was an appointed judge and politician who earned his nickname, ironically, because he was the ambassador to Ireland for only 6 days. He served what some people contended is the shortest term in history. A few days after he was appointed, he was heard disparaging his position and the Irish people. He then tried to run for state senate. He claimed to be related to the Roottrees Candy Company in a newspaper ad, but it came out that his last name was merely a coincidence, and he was defeated in a landslide. Judge. Not related. So do we have a place for... No, it doesn't look like... So is he just crossed off the evidence now? Yeah. Red herring. Okay, what about Lauren Roottrees? Author Lauren Roottrees. Is a distant relative of the Roottrees sisters. Is known for her book, A Life Between Wars. According to a website about famous authors in the early 1960s, Lauren released a few romance novels under her married name, Lauren Rafferty. Rafferty. The little fanfare. When her publisher learned that she had been keeping diaries about her famous family, they insisted she release them under her original name, Lauren Roottrees, to take advantage of her family's history. The section of the diary entries, released in 1965 as A Life Between Wars, spans from the untimely death of her husband in World War II to coping with the post-war world as a young widow and mother, as well as her perspectives on changing times and socialites all the way through the entirety of Vietnam. While the content is not considered particularly relevant to modern audiences, it has found a new life as an exercise in high school English classes to show an evolution in writing style and for a look into life of the previous generations. After the success of her diaries, her publisher re-released her romance novels under the name Lauren Roottrees, which included Romance in Court, which gained popularity. He followed the re-release by writing 2 new sequels, creating what fans referred to as the Court Jester series. You find no recent details about Lauren, though she is listed as retired. Romance in Court is a book by Lauren Roottrees. It is the first and most famous of a series of 3 books often called Court Jester series. All 3 books in this series are about different romances, but told via the same narrator. You can probably surmise the narrator's profession. The 2 other books are called Return to Court and New Romance in Court. Searching for them online yields few results. The books had some popularity when they were released late 60s. Now, 30 years later, they aren't in high demand. Okay. What about A Life Between Wars? Nothing for that. We still don't have good grasp on Lauren. Although she would be somewhere in this generation. Okay. You can also get rid of James, and I guess that's it. The second cousin. Is this what second cousin is? I don't know what the like area positioning of a second cousin on this would be. Because I think second cousin is... No, this would be aunt or uncle. So one of these is second cousin. We don't know which is which. Who else do we have to look at? Miracle Jr. Miracle Jr. doesn't go by his full name in promotional materials. Instead, he has shortened it just to Miracle Jr. Miracle Jr. is a televangelist. Oh, hold on. The televangelist who is part of the Miracle Network. He used to have a show that aired on local access across many stations in the northern United States. According to a website called Clergy Watch, he was exposed and subsequently charged with conspiracy to default the public in 1979 when he claimed to heal someone in a wheelchair. A news expose revealed that it was his wife, Edlith's sister in disguise. The author also mentions that Edlith had a bit of a checkered past herself, but doesn't clarify. Oh, Edith. News expose released wife's sister in disguise. He has since lost his television show and instead goes on tour across the southern United States, where he was not well known before the scandal. Search. You find a website for the Miracle Network, a production company run by Miracle Roottrees Estate. It's quite bare bones, but has the following blurb. Witness the testimony of Miracle's Roottrees. Miracle's Roottrees arrived so late in his mother's life that the doctors swore he wouldn't survive his first year. His mother and father, Elias and Gwyneth, named him Miracle because they thought him impossible. He was younger than his brothers and sisters by over 14 years. With a birth late and final child of his generation, he was nearly torn apart by countless health problems, but still, with the power of God on his side, he persevered. He triumphed over these complications and even regained his sight to spread the healing word of the Almighty. 23 years later, Miracle Jr. arrived and became a famous family's second vessel for the higher power. At 18, he unburdened himself from the Roottrees name and took his father's testimony to a whole new level via the power of television. Miracle Jr. spread the gospel across the entirety of New England. He has since left the life of glamour and glitz behind to reach these places that need it the most. Power of the Lord coming to a town near you. Below the blurb is a flyer for the tour, which is in your evidence. A flyer for the 3 Generations of Miracles tour. Flyer is a few years old. Name lists are Miracle Jr., who is said to be world famous and gets top billing. Miracle Jr. is on the notable Roottrees list. Will be marked on your chart. Miracle Roottrees, who the flyer says will make a special appearance in Miracle the Third, and his new wife, Nicole, who are said to be youth pastors. Okay, so that's Miracle. This is Miracle Jr. And this is Miracle the Third and his wife. Who is his wife? Nicole. Oh, there's 2 different Nicole. Dang it. Preacher. Creature. Creature. Boom. Is that... No, we still need one more before we can try to do a lot with that. So if that's Miracle... Who was the second cousin again? So Ernie Jr. was the second cousin. That's got to be him. If he's... Is he in one of the... No, Ernie Jr. isn't marked with a star, so that's not where... So one of them is Gwen and one of them is Lauren. We don't know which is which. Although, you know, one of them had a messy divorce, didn't we? I could have sworn it was Gwen that had the messy divorce. VHS organized individuals, somewhat well-known composite tabloids. It's Like Us, Christmas Miracle. Father took her mother's famous. It's just... So Gwen did have a highly publicized divorce. Okay, so this is Gwen. And she's an actor / actress. By searching variations of Gwen Roottrees, you come across some mentions of her marriage to Wild Bill Williams. They divorced before the birth of her second child. Wild Bill Williams. You find some information on a website about old films that are not... Wild Bill Williams was the lead man of some non-notable movies from the 1950s. He appeared in an adventure movie called Fortune Favors the Grave, which has yet to be released for home audiences. You don't find any additional information about the film. He is known for his good looks and off-screen romances, specifically with blondes. He was married 4 different times to 4 different actresses. There's a famous Hollywood rumor that he even approached Marilyn Monroe at a party and that she was already aware of his reputation. Wild Bill grew up in Paris, France. He referred to there often. But that must not be his name. That's not on his listing. Yeah, that doesn't have like anything with it. So we don't know house. And then I think it was this one. So then So then that's Lauren. This would be we look up we already tried Gwyneth Roottrees. Find some information on the website for the first Anderson Maple Farm. Okay, so it is Anderson. There was a few pictures, including a famous picture of Elias and Gwyneth. Photos added to your evidence. Before marrying Elias, Gwyneth Roottrees was Gwyneth Anderson. She had no brothers, so as the oldest sister, she went to inherit the Anderson Maple Farm, so long as she married. Or Elias took over the farm production, produced only syrup. It was supposedly Elias's idea to create candy instead. Their success was not immediate until they decided to combine the maple with other flavors. This led to 5 pieces, which are still found in stores to this day. The Roottrees Candy Company expanded well beyond their original farm. It has been preserved as a tourist attraction. According to their website, there are still daily demonstrations and education tours that show off many of the turn-of-the-century appliances that Gwyneth would have used as a housewife. Oh, is she listed as a housewife, maybe? Information on the first Anderson farm? Yeah, okay. So maybe... housewife? Yes, okay. He also unlocked Lorex Diamond.
You're on a roll. I'll try to keep that momentum going. Carl's office was a mess, thanks to some burst pipes.
Ooh, not good.
But
Oh. But I unearthed a photo of the 1970 Roottrees reunion. I also found some important-looking papers.
you've traced 9 blood relatives so far. I'll have more to share after you find 9 more.
Okay, and then... this was... who was the other? So that has to be Lauren. Lauren. Author. Don't know the husband's name yet. Vote for Stephen Jones for City Council. Better for Butter County. This was buried under a ton of other mail that Carl left in his inbox. It had a handwritten note attached that seemed personal. And a flyer about a candidate for local office, Stephanie Jones. On the back is an excerpt from a newspaper article from the Butter County Times about the campaign. Stephanie may have grown up in an unconventional family to say the least, but in her words, it was still full of love. And now, 22 years later, with a baby of her own due around Christmas, her message to the voters is simply, love our future. Handwritten note says, Carl, I know we don't see eye to eye when it comes to the candy company, but if you could talk to your girls about putting out a statement supporting Stephanie, she could use the publicity your daughters bring. Don't let our conflicts spread to the next generation. CM. Okay. This photo has a note attached from your employer. Here's a bonus. When I pulled the water-damaged photos of the free spirits out of the frame, this fell out too. Written on the back of the photo is, couldn't make the reunion, wishing you well from Paris, Gwen and the boys. Okay, so that's Gwen. This photo was tucked inside an envelope with a letter beneath a candle in the corner of the office. The letter says, to Carl and Brenda, I'm sorry that you were unable to attend the funeral. It's traditional to have it as soon as possible. And Ernie, more than anyone else on Earth, knew how busy your job can be. I've enclosed a Shiva candle identical to ours if you'd like to pay your respects, although it's not expected for those outside of the faith to do so. Ernie was a man full of love, not only for his family but for his family's legacy. He had an immense amount of pride for the work you and the three did together, as well as how Carl has carried on for him after taking over. As for myself, it's impossible to express my gratitude enough for rescuing us from the panic and burden of endless bills. Though we caught it too late for him to get on the donor list, the company took care of us beyond our wildest expectations. It was unsaid at the time, but Ernie and I knew it had to have been Carl that convinced the trust, and that it was no coincidence that it happened shortly after your visit, Brenda. Up until the end, Ernie and I had to stay strong, especially for Nicole's sake. We could never have done that without the two of you fighting for us. Much love, Debbie. Okay, so where is Ernie? We already had Ernie, right? Maybe not. At least have him in notes. Ernie Jr., second cousin, fourth president. Wife, Debbie. Daughter, Nicole. Oh, and it was Miracle the Third's wife? So that must be one of the other Nicoles. This photo has a note attached from the employer. Every 20 or so years, the Roottrees would hold a big reunion and recreate an old family photo. This is the one from the 70s, and Carl's the teenager. Carl's a teenager in the middle. Sorry about the water damage. A pipe burst in Carl's office. On the back of the photo, a childish print writing says November. There are also large numbers of cursive signatures included. Bonnie, next president, Guy Hudson, Ernie Jr., Caroline, Gwyneth M., Gwendolyn, Miracle Jr., Jim Roottree, Carl, and Eli M. So that must be Carl there. Ruchi sisters and their parents died. Oh, this is just like telling us when we get more info. Okay. So what was this? 3 generations of miracle. Oh wait, we can search right from here? Like for the Miracle Network, produces company run. His testimonies in Miracle Roottrees. Not what we were looking for. Miracle the Third doesn't have any results. Oh, that must be Miracle the Third. And his wife's name is Nicole. We don't know which one. And then we don't know where the hell Ernie is. What other notable root trees? Gwen and the boys. Where is our photo 4? Yeah, there we go. Don't know about those. Except that those are east. Let's see. What else can we... There's like one more clue from here. Married Brenda, was a fashion consultant. So can we go, can we look up like The root periodical? When Root's designer appear on one cover, highlights her daughter Rose in 1985. We get like nothing relevant. Don't have anyone else from this generation yet, do we? No. This is Lauren Roottrees, but we don't have her stuff. I guess. No. This what? A Life Between Wards. Seems that you've hit the jackpot here. This book occasionally taught in schools. You even find a hardcover edition for students that has a full-page, high-quality picture in it. Summary of the contents of the book, photos. Oh my! We got like so many pictures there. Jesus. And then what was her other book? Romance in Court. Okay, that got us nothing. What about Lauren Rafferty? Rafferty. Published, out of print, no copies were released. Okay. Let's look at all the new info we've got. Okay. There's a picture of Lauren. Below are notes and observations made while skimming through Lauren Roottrees' diary pages between wars. Roottrees is in the notable section. The book was published in 1965 and consists of diary entries that stretch from 40 to 65. Important event. Much of the diary, Lauren's thoughts, revolve around the loss of her husband, Jacob. Jacob died in the final months of World War II while Lauren was pregnant, and this left her to raise her son, Clark, alone. Okay, so Jacob and Clark. Rafferty. And this is Clark. This is this one. alone, Lauren never remarried and only had the one child. By skimming the pages of the diary, you glean some information. She was the granddaughter of Elias and Gwyneth. On her father's side, her mother's family was called Hossels, but she hardly ever mentions them. Her father, who she always refers to as Pop, was the head lawyer of the Roottrees Candy Company and helped write the legal document called Lanced Trust. Okay, so her dad was a lawyer. And her mother was the Hossels. There we go. The bot's now using like letters from other languages with like the extra little bits on them is so annoying because when I first started streaming, I took like a good like 2 weeks to ban like all of the permutations of like cheap viewers, viewers here, best viewers, blah blah blah, that they would all use. Now that just does not matter. Mother was Hossels, head lawyer, the Lanced Trust. Okay, gotta look up that next. It's clear from context that the Roottrees have internal shorthand names for different generations of their family. Lauren used them often. Five Piece was the first generation of children by Gwyneth Ellis. Lauren's father was in this generation. The next generation was Lauren's generation, and the Free Spirits, the generation after Lauren, including her son. Look up the Lanced Trust. The Lanced Trust is highly unusual corporate arrangement named after Clancy Edward Roottree, who was Elias's son. Ooh, okay. Oh, we're moving through so much stuff. Okay, so which... No, this was... We need... What's the original ones? Okay. Okay, so CE number 3 is Clancy Ellis. And I'm guessing that's... Yes. That's... Clancy Edward. Named after Clancy Edward Roottree, who is Elias's son, the Roottrees' head lawyer at the time. Due to its unique nature, it's often brought up online discussion about financial matters and inheritance as an oddity. The company mandates that a fixed percentage of its profits are split every quarter amongst bank accounts representing each direct relative of Elias and Gwyneth. An account is created for each blood relative at birth and first accessible when they reach 18. The actual numbers have never fully been disclosed to the public, but due to the ever-increasing success of the company, it is a significant amount of money. The Lanced Trust is known for being essentially impossible to get around due to its many checks and balances written into it. Still, there have been a few situations in which family members have tried to forcibly remove another member from the trust. Most details online are pretty vague since the matters are handled internally. The only information you discover is from a universal law which apparently had a guest lecture talk about the Roottrees versus RR in 1994. While looking into the Lanced Trust, you often find it mentions the 5-piece guarantee, which went into effect at the same time. Okay, hold on. So... Okay, so that's the same thing. What about this? There are very few details about this particular incident with regards to the Clancid Trust. A student that attended a lecture about it wrote the following on Legal Oddities website. From what you can tell, RR attempted unsuccessfully to remove a fellow family member from the trust. It was said that RR attempted two arguments. First, the person in question was born out of wedlock, and second, they committed a significant crime against a fellow family member. Due to the ironclad wording of the Clancid Trust, it was impossible to remove any direct descendants of Ellis Roottree without completely dissolving the trust. There is no additional information online. Then let's look up the 5-piece guarantee. 5-piece guarantee, in combination with the Clancid Trust, was Elias Roottree's attempt to ensure that the Roottree Candy Company would remain a family business for eternity. In isolation, it is somewhat baffling. The yearly salaries of the Roottree president is always locked to the price of a single pack of 5 pieces. When the 5-piece guarantee went into effect, it was 25 cents a year. Now it's close to $4. Combined with the Clancid Trust, however, it makes a bit more sense. Elias wanted to ensure that only his direct relatives could afford to be president, and he knew that because their passive income was tied to the profits of the company, they would have a vested interest in keeping the company as possible and successful as possible. Whether or not this was a smart or successful decision is widely debated, both online and in person, by economic enthusiasts of all levels and expertise. And yeah, no search results for 5-piece, right. Okay, let's look up the free spirits. Nothing for the free spirits. Okay. Okay, what else do we got? Lauren's diary contains some labeled pictures. This is the 5 pieces. Captioned, this picture was famous in our house. Pop had it framed. That's him on the left. Okay. Oh. It was taken in 1935 to celebrate the move to the new warehouse that Eli Jr. designed. Aggie and I both wanted to be in the photo since Miracle was in it, and the 3 of us were all about the same age. We were told only the 5 pieces, which really didn't go over well, to say the least. Eventually, I suppose to stop the tantrums, they posed us in front of the camera with Mr. Modem, who was there with Aunt Gwendolyn. I found out years later that they never even took a second photo. There's someone way in the back there. Yeah, there's nothing from Obra Dinn. Okay. So then G is Gwendolyn. E would be Eli. Oh. Elias C and Elias M. But this is Elias Jr. Why is this still... Oh, this has a bunch of different ones. Oh, Jesus. Okay. An entry titled Complaints from Lauren Roottree in 1953. This entry seems to focus specifically on Lauren's family member, Gwyn, who is in the notable entries. It seems everyone has something to complain about. Gwyn, as an only child, complained of loneliness. I told her that being expected to watch after 3 younger brothers doesn't feel like a blessing, but it fell on deaf ears. During the summer where I went to stay with her and Aunt Margot, I hoped she would be the sister I never had. Okay, so where is... Gwyn? So this is Margaret. Right? Yeah, okay. Aunt Margot, I hoped she would be the sister I never had, and that I'd do the same for her. I even tried to dye my hair blonde to fit in with the 2 of them. What a mess. But she just complained to her that I was the lucky cousin. Now she's off living the glamorous life while I'm stuck with Clark. I must admit, seeing her everywhere contributed to my unhappiness. Her visage stares at me even now from the coffee table. She gets to be a starlet and tell tales of how she gallivants around the world, kissing the likes of Harrison Lane and Wild Bill Williams. She's the first Roottrie woman to be anything other than a housewife. I'm jealous. Okay. So... those are both housewives. And then I think if we go back to this, so she's blonde. So she's brunette. Blonde. But we didn't unlock any extra optionals.
It's a bizarre development to an already tragic tale. In the wake of the accident that took his life, some of Carl Roottree's belongings have apparently gone missing. Most notably, a framed photo of the Roottree family from the mid-1970s that Carl had on his office wall. We interviewed a local psychologist about who would do such a thing and why. For that article, search online for WRTD News. Again, that's WRTD.
Okay. WRTD News. WRT News is your local... Hold on. We have so much stuff to get through. Oh my god. Mark, I must admit seeing her everywhere contributes to my unhappiness. Her visage stares at me starlit. World. But I'm off topic. A girl with all the luck in the world was jealous of me, and now, though I have been undoubtedly burdened by terrible tragedy, I am also lucky to be born in a family that can support me for eternity. I can raise a child without worry, unlike countless other widows. If any of them were to hear me complaining, they would rightfully scoff, just like I do at Gwen. Okay. Lauren's diary contains labeled pictures. This is the next generation. Caption, an attempt to recapture the spirit of the 5-piece photo with our generation. For old time's sake, we gathered at the warehouse floor. I wanted Eli to stand all the way up to the left. All the way on the left. Since, to me, he looked a lot like Pop did in the old one. So this must be Eli, and then this would be Eli Jr. You know, this would be Elias Jr. And his would be like what? Architect? What else? Elias, stand all the way on the left, since it looks a lot like Pop did on the old one. But I was outvoted by my brothers. They insisted the 4 of us stand together. Outvoted by my brothers, they insisted the 4 of us stand together, so we clumped up in the middle and let everyone filter in behind and in front of us. The only one too good to make an appearance was Gwen. Oh, so one of these two is Elias. See that? He's got like the blonde slick back hair. Okay. Pumped up Instagram. Grandma insisted we include Sam, even if we didn't want to. None of us understood why, including Sam. I also don't think it fair Miracle made it in, since he's technically a 5-piece. I guess my inner child still holds a grudge even after all these years. So that must be Miracle? Since he's like the oldest? Or maybe that's Miracle, since he looks older. No, he has the rainbow tie. The rainbow tie is Miracle. Then we don't know. This is supposed to be Sam? I don't know who Sam is in here. Other than she wasn't really wanted. Or maybe that's Miracle Jr. over there. Grandma insisted we include Sam even if we didn't want to. None of us understood why, including Sam. So this must be Sam, because she's like, why the heck am I here? But we don't know what's the deal with Sam. Other than no one seems to like her. Guess my inner child still holds a grudge even after all these years. Okay. Nothing else in there. Okay, and then we got the wired radio. Let's go back to the radio for a second. Oh man, there's so many clues. Whiteherd News is your local investigation jazz radio station. During their news segments at 45 minutes on the hour, they have been talking about the plane crash. This most recent hour, they also talked about a picture taken from Carl's office after the plane crash and promised an interview with an online psychologist. During the interview, it's revealed there wasn't a break-in. Instead, someone with a key to the office took the picture after discovering the pipes burst due to the recent storm. This means it was likely someone close to the family who was aware of the photo's history and wanted to save it. The psychologist, however, also goes to posit the culprit had an alternate agenda, specifically because nobody in the family has come forward to say they have it in their possession. Comment below the article says, "Don't believe their lies. This is just another instance of the root tree curse being a real true thing. I bet Carl was murdered and the picture had evidence on it." Nothing for investigation jazz. So let's look up the root tree curse. There is a long, rambly conspiracy website with a very small, very red text on black background that says that the root trees are cursed. It has been very recently updated with the following. Important update. With Carl and Brenda and their girls, that makes 5 new deaths. Not only that, but 3 of the 5 presidents of the Root Tree Company have died mysteriously. They say Guy's car was hit by a drunk driver in 1982, but nobody was arrested. Then Ernie Madison Jr. stepped down. Was he poisoned? Now, just this week, Carl died in a plane crash. Okay, Ernie Madsen. That's not, we don't know. Ernie Madsen Jr. stepped down. Was he poisoned? Now this week, Carl died in a plane crash. This cannot be a coincidence. There's another entry that claims that if you connect the dots in the pattern of the 5-piece wrapper, it creates a Mayan ruby skull, a secret message that meant to subliminally scare people away. The post before that has a link to a site that talks about how Earth has 4 corners simultaneously 4-day time cube. Oh my god, time cube? They bring up time cube in this? What? Okay, whoever made this game must be like a big fan of Frederick Knudsen, because like I swear this is the third down the rabbit hole Easter egg in this so far. Or maybe they're just like a big fan of like 2010s lol cows that like weren't offensive. The author of this site seems to agree. An entry from a few months ago also claims that the owner of this site received an email from Chris Raff75 at prodigy.us asking him to take down the site with fake proof that Ernie Madison Jr. accidentally had a heart condition and wasn't poisoned. The owner claims that although the proof looks quite credible, he knows that the proof was fake because he's an expert at creating fake evidence. Huh. The first entry is from 1996 and has a blurry picture of the Roottrees Candy Company's factory, seemingly taken by the website's author from behind a fence. Through some trees, it seems that Operation RT-29 is real. I witnessed a helicopter land on February 29th. Okay, so there's a lot of extra stuff to go into here. We look up Mayan skulls and a few conspiracy websites that claim that Mayan ruby skull is a symbol of death. The alleged proof is a blurry photo of a reddish shape that's supposedly a cave painted in South America. According to legend, the discovered beneath the painting were bones from hundreds of different people and animals. One site also mentions that the photographer who took the picture died when the boat capsized after crashing into a skull-shaped rock. Amongst the spinning skull gifts, you find no source or verifiable details to back up the photo's claims. To you, the blurry photo looks more like an egg than a skull. Okay. Can we look up time cubes? Nothing relevant. Wait! You begin to read the site and come to a conclusion that the words "no relevant results" isn't a strong enough description for what you see here. It's a massive column of technical terms that aren't real and confusing rants that you can't find any meaning in. Regardless, it won't help your search. Look, you have four grandparents. 4 times 4, 16, time cubed. The past is the future. We can all fly. I forget what else is in the time cube rant. I know it's something about grandparents to start with. Can we just search time cube? Yeah, no, it's the same thing. Whoever did that had a like real fun time making that. Ooh. You find a simple page called The Art of Rafferty, copyright 1997, on Prodigy that lists the author's email address as chrisrafferty@prodigy.us. Below is a bunch of GIFs that say under construction. There are a few art pieces. The first is a painting captioned, "Me and my fiancée Lulu," a painting I did for my first year of college that I plan to give her when we get married in May. Go Tartans. There's an old collage called Cousins, which seems to be made up of 3 scrambled images. The accompanied artist statement says, "We had to create a piece of art about our family. I asked as many of my extended family of cousins for their pictures as I could, even some I've never met. Only a few of them got back to me, and my teacher said I wasn't allowed to use pictures of Rihanna, Riley, or Rose, so I had to get creative and use only my third cousins. This includes Davy. He swims for Yukon. And Bethany's yearbook photo. She's Davy's younger sister. and Stephanie, who is only a child. Chris's artwork has been added. Oh, hello, Labyrinth of Sound. How are you doing? What were you doing today, and how was your stream? Oh, Rack was over there for a little bit. You didn't copy the raid message? How about myself? I'm doing nice. My name is Shiahan. Don't let the garble of letters down below fool you. My name is Middle Irish and like been anglicized a bunch of times. So that's why it looks so weird, but it is pronounced Shiahan. Hold on, let me do a shout out. Shout out. Oh. Labyrinth. Of not a one. Oh, this. Hold on. Oh no, now I've got. Why did it do that? There we go. Sorry, yeah, I turned on my rings for a second there. Oh, hold on. Now I have to go back up and read through all of these. Hello, new friend. How about yourself? Oh, very cozy vibes. Team was great. Had a very broken Butch cinematic version of Subnautica Below Zero. Oh, cool. I can never play Subnautica because I am way too like scared of big sea creatures. I'm not scared of water, but big sea creatures will just like freak me out and kill me. That explains the name. And then Rack Dog saying Labyrinth is a good friend. Recommended we rated and they're lovely. Begin this. Whoa. Oh, have you never seen my rings either, Rack? Yeah, so I guess side tangent. These are my rings because not only am I your corporate mandated head of angelic resources, I am, of course, an angel and an ophonym. So this is more biblically accurate, you might say. Funny thing, so they float around. When I move my head, they swivel and they change positions. Yeah, considering the wing. The wing actually goes, hold on. I gotta play around for a second since things that you do when you like get new people and then you don't realize like, hey, all this like tangential stuff that I like about my model and things that like I don't go into all the time because I'm used to having like the normal little cadre of people that come and visit. So yeah, so I got the wing. The wing goes like all the way down around the arm. And then I got the rings. And the rings, funnily enough, so I didn't know this when I like got the model. I wouldn't have said anything anyways, but it's funny. So all of the eyes are my right eye. So if I wink my right eye, they all blink. If I blink the left eye, nothing happens. There's also, so what else do I have? I can't remember if I bound it to a different thing on this one. No. I guess it is unbound in this version. In one of my older builds of Nyan, the tracking program I use, I also had a one of my toggles for I have a death animation where like my eyes blank out. Your cat says hi. Ooh, what kind of cat do you have? Yeah, so that's me. Yeah, this is kind of an old model. I've been using it for like a year and a half now, but I don't know. I'm one of those people that's like, okay, I'm probably don't want to get like a new model every couple of months like some people do. So I want like one really expensive high quality model that I can just use forever. Ooh, a Russian blue and her name is Shadow. Nice. I had 2 cats growing up, but they were just like street cats that we adopted, and we had like no idea what they were other than the younger guy was just like a pitch black tomcat, and the older was a calico girl. Gus and Mystery. Mystery because we had no idea where she came from, and then Gus because he was born in August. That makes sense considering how expensive some commissions for VTuber models are. Yeah. And especially like, you know, not to like disparage the larger VTuber artist community, but like at least when I first got this model, it's kind of broadened out in the last year, but like there were a lot of people that were just like, will not make models for guys. And I was like, oh, oof, okay. Can I like ask you about like an increased price or something? No, just don't want to make models for guys. Shadow kind of adopted you. Aw. Cats are awesome. Okay, so so now that we've got all that together, welcome in everyone. We are playing The Roottrees Are Dead, which is a mystery puzzle game that is... That's an odd criteria. I mean, it's just kind of a like, you know, ease of doing what you know kind of thing. Which, again, has changed a lot in the last year. A couple of people that I knew and I had asked before, like, hey, do you do male models, have since started doing it. And I'm like, oh, that's awesome for like the community. But like, yeah, back in the day, just was not a big demand for it. Anyways, we're playing The Roottrees Are Dead, which is a mystery game kind of in the vein of Return of the Obra Dinn, where we have this giant collage of this root tree family, and we're trying to find out who is who and like what their relations are. So we started off with like these 3, the Roottrees sisters, and we found out who their dad was and who their aunt and uncle were, and we're just kind of filling out this whole chart as we go. And supposedly there's some kind of like secret double mystery here where apparently Elias maybe did something like super evil to another family member. Like they frame it as the only root tree to like do a crime to another root tree. So I wonder if he like killed someone, but whatever happened with that is like in this top secret folder that we have to unlock after we figure out everyone else. And currently where we found, okay. Another wonderful thing. So this game is like super early internet referential. We've already had a reference to Time Cube. We've had a reference to what was the other one? Now I'm forgetting it. But like just weird early internet stuff is like baked into this, which is amazing. And I love it. Oh yeah, the black and white and no, the blue and black, white and gold dress. Yeah, it's like 90s coded, but not even really 90s coded because a lot of this stuff happened in like 2000s. But is like the quintessential millennial like college or not college, millennial high school stuff. Chris's artwork has been added to your evidence, but the cousin's photo will need to be unscrambled before you can use them. You've downloaded a new application, Pop-Up, or Pixpop, to edit photos. Okay, this is gonna be... Oh, this is creepy. So we're doing all this to ostensibly solve a murder. Okay. Although we don't know... We don't know really the cause of the murder, and apparently there might be some kind of family curse going on. And the family curse seems to be linked to like 5 murders a generation or something. It's really unclear. And again, the person that was posting about this like family curse was also the one that brought up Time Cube. And like, if you know anything about Time Cube and early internet stuff, that's just kind of crazy. Oh, this is upside down. Oh. Jesus, what is this? Okay. Okay, that works. Family curse element sounds similar to what remains of Edith Finch in a way. Kind of, yeah. As a like overarching plot line of this big family has some secrets in it. This hand be there. That can go like that, and then all 3 of these to the side and up. And then... that like there, and then where does this guy go? Is this the music of the game? Yes, this like very like good jazz. Okay, now this is all. I think that's right. This needs to be up one. Okay, I think. That right? Might need to see if I can find the soundtrack. Yes, if you can, it's very good. Also seems really challenging. If you need help, I can use my rubber duck powers to skip it. Yeah, we got most of this puzzle together, it seems. Let's finish that. There we go. Okay, so anything else in this? We also wanted to look up Guy Root Tree. So part of the element of this is also, obviously, because we're like internet detectives, we have to use a web browser, and we are just like typing in random search terms and looking for whatever sticks. And sometimes we get dead ends like that. So now this. An entry entitled Sam from Lauren Roottree's diary, written in 1963. From a previous entry, you learned that Elias Roottree had given in to his wife and announced that Sam... Soundtrack isn't available on Steam. Aw, dang it. It's that Sam, an obscure relative, was to be included in family gatherings. Gwyneth had been pushing to include Sam for quite some time. Lauren writes, "Why Sam? I have many distant relatives I've never met, after all. Granny had sisters, Granddad had a brother or two, but I was told, trim their branches from the family tree. So why is Sam special? Nothing adds up. I'm not the only one to realize." Aggie summoned all of the next generation to a secret meeting in Zach's office. Lurkin, have a good lurk. Hope you have a good night, and if I don't see ya anymore in this stream, I hope I see ya in another one soon. Aggie summoned all the next generation to a secret meeting in Zach's office. Gwyn's in Paris, but the rest of us, including Miracle's boys, spent ages trying to unravel the mystery. None of us had even met Sam until Uncle Junior's wedding to Patsy last year. Okay, so is that ooh, okay, there's two different Patricias. So we don't know which one is which yet. Miracle's boys until Uncle Junior's wedding to Patsy last year. At the reception, when I asked who Sam was, Pop shushed me and said, "It's complicated." Clancy swore he saw Sam working alongside the farmhands, EC and John, when he used to drive past the old Anderson farm on his way to work. I'm guessing an out-of-wedlock cousin that no one wants to, like, say their dad was unfaithful about, or granddad, I guess. Oof, that's... Clancy swore he saw Sam working alongside farmhands, EC and John, when he used to drive past the old Anderson farm on his way to work. Upon hearing that, Zach checked the records and managed to confirm all three on the books. Eli, Miracle's youngest, not my brother, okay. I'm guessing that's Eli M. Which would make this Eli C, I think. Elias Miracles Younger, not my brother, even chimed in. Apparently, when he was riding his mini bike alongside the farm a few weeks ago, Sam gave him some old tools and taught him how to make the bike's engine faster. None of us think that proper for a multitude of reasons, but Eli certainly seems thrilled. At the end of the day, nothing explains why an outsider has cozied into the family affairs, especially one that works on the farm of all places. Whatever happened to blood is thicker than syrup? Why is Granddad making an exception now? Obviously because Sam is a blood relation, just like out of wedlock or something. Hey, Captain, how are you doing tonight? As you can see, we're neck deep in a big mystery puzzle. The Roottrees are dead. It's very similar to Return of the Obra Dinn. One of the family entries. Okay, up late for a bit of work. Glad we're mysteryin'? Yeah. One of the final entries called Clark from Lauren in 1964. Clark's getting married, and in my opinion, far too young. He's barely 18 for God's sake, and Daniela isn't much older, but openly confronting them would make me a hypocrite. After all, Jacob and I got married at 16. Clark, like the rest of his generation, is a free spirit. What else do you call a group of kids growing up with more money than any one person can spend? They all aspire to be musicians, artists, and dancers, and all sorts of nonsense. The only one who has any discipline is Carl. That's because of Pop forced Clancy to send him to the academy. Maybe I'm just getting old, but our generation was never so bad. My brothers all seemed to pursue paths of knowledge, and the most rebellious thing any of us ever did was bring home someone who would be illegal to marry if we lived anywhere south of Pennsylvania. Some good old-fashioned redlining being brought up. Pop seemed to have gotten over it because Edward is set to take over his department once he retires. As for me, my first published book, Swashbuckle My Heart, is based on the pirate stories I used to invent with Jacob when we were walking in the woods after school. I think he'd be proud that Clark and I are carrying on his name. Okay, that's a new hint. Do we have... Okay, there's no relevance, but we can... Swashbuckle My Heart, and that was... Lauren... What was her name? Rafty? Check for typos. Lauren Roottrees. Lauren Raffertree. Published out of print, no copies. Re-released as X Marks the Spot. Nothing relevant to the X. Lauren. Roottrees. According to the back of the book, there was a buried treasure by Lauren Roottrees, and from the author of the courts, also says, keep an eye out for Lauren Roottrees' next book, Revisiting the Diary 10 Years Later. Aha! See, finding like one old publication that we can just like pull the string on is what we got. Okay, now we're printing off another couple dozen pages. Jesus. Softcover first print nonfiction. It was a version of Lauren Rooftree's diary released in 1975. Unlike the original diary, it contains no pictures, but as many new passages that reflect on her thoughts 10 years later. One major event happened between release that changed Lauren's outlook on certain subject: the death of Elias. A summary of the fallout has been added to your notes, as well as some other select pages. Okay, we got so much stuff. When we were walking through the woods after school, I think he'd be proud that Clark and I are carrying on his name. Okay, so one of her kids is Jacob. Or maybe that's Jacob and Clark is further down the line. No, that has to be Clark. So one of these three is Jacob. We don't know who. Even my cousins are doing well. Zach's not a bad president. Okay, so Zach is one of the presidents. We can get rid of Miracle Jr.'s note. And we can get rid of Lauren's note. We can't get rid of Miracle the Third's notes just yet. Even my cousins are doing well. Zad's not a bad president after all, and his sisters seem to be doing a good job raising her twins, Gwen and Gwyn. Okay, so we have that Gwyn. Huh. So one of these two is Gwyn and Gwyn, I guess. Gwyn and Gwyn, but at least she came out of the divorce with her head held high. She even told us she might come home next year so we can meet her kids. But the free spirits, in any other family, they'd all end up on the streets, even Clark. Okay, we have so much new stuff. 3 pictures were scrambled as part of Chris Rafter's cousins. They were reassembled. More information for the photo. Inspect Chris's art project. Oh wait, we have to actually like take photos of the cousins. Okay. This is Chris Rafter's cousin's art project and is said to include pictures of Davy, who swims for Yukon, Bethany's yearbook picture, Davy's younger sister, and Stephanie, who's an only child. Perhaps you can extract them using the application on your PC. Yeah, already done that. And then, who was this? An art piece that was found in the portfolio college student of Chris Rafter, referred to as a self-portrait of me and my fiance, Lulu. So that's Chris. So that's one of these 3. And I would bet one of the young ones. No, I bet this is Chris. So this would be Luis Garcia. God, where are photos? Chris, Luis. Rafferty Chris. Occupation, is he a student? Okay. Similar to Obra Dinn, we need to get together 3 different people correct before it will say if any information is correct. So like we're waiting on Elias's occupation for one. See, that's pretty much it. We just need one more person correct, and then I think we get this and this. Okay. We got those photos already. Yeah, we got those photos. We don't know where Samantha... We have like a bunch of just names, but we don't know like where any of them fit into anything. The new diary opens with an explosive incident that happened in the decade between the release of Lauren's diary. Ellis Roottree had died, and during the reading of his will, there was an audible gasp when a certain name was read aloud. Samantha Roottree. It's kind of the other side of the Obra Dinn coin. A lot of visuals, but no names. Yeah, this is all names, 0 visuals. Although Sam and her children were not meant to receive monetary inheritance, he had a stipulation that she retained the rights to run the farm and any and all decisions related to it. It was then that the scandalous secret came out. None of the 5 pieces were surprised, but it was quite a shock to everyone else, including Sam. He had been told her parents died. Apparently, Sam was an illegitimate daughter of Elias Jr. and Patricia Christens. Oh, is she on? So she's not on this list anyway. Unless that's what this is. And Patricia Christensen. Patricia, the daughter of a local steel mogul, and Eli Jr. harbored a secret romance at the age of 16. She became pregnant, and after the birth, her father refused to let her see Eli Jr. ever again. Her baby, Samantha, was sent to the Roottree. Elias hid her away with a local farmhand known as EC. Patricia was married off to a much older man and sent away. That was the end of that, almost. None of the next gens had ever met or heard of Patricia until she unexpectedly reappeared. Yeah, weird that they just like married her off to an older guy. Like, don't even like let her have a marriage that she wanted. None of the next gens had ever met or heard of Patricia until she unexpectedly reappeared, now going by Patsy. After Patsy's husband died, she reunited with Eli Jr., and they finally married in the 50s. So his wife is Patricia? And okay. Patsy's husband died and reunited with Eli Jr. in their 50s. Lauren mentioned the wedding in her first diary without knowing Patsy's history. Eli Jr. had never taken another lover. Lauren, ever the romantic, quite appreciated that. When Patsy and Eli Jr. finally married, Elias decided Sam should have been a Roottree in the first place. Even though she was not part of the Lanced trust, he wanted to include her in family affairs. That's what led to Lauren's initial entry entitled Sam. Okay. So... and we... Samantha Roottree has no results. What about... Trisha Christensen? Christensen Steel was a steel company in Butler County. On a World War II history page, you find that it contributed to war efforts by creating parts for vehicles, but after that went out of business. Christensen Steel and Patricia Christensen are both mentioned in a book review for Steamy Correspondent by Tina Agalina. Okay. Oh, here we go. Even more stuff. This is a book of historical letters with an erotic twist. Each letter is accompanied by context from the book's author. A letter from the book has been added to your page. Okay. And can we just Google that itself? Okay, just a historical book with an okay. End of that almost. So then, can we open this now? Oh, we have to wait until the whole family tree has been filled out. And we have to type in the names manually. What's next? This is a page of additional notes and context from 1975, the 10-year anniversary re-release. Clearly, I did not know our true family history when I wrote this. I didn't even know Sam was a Roottree. All of my doubts were ill-founded. She's a fine woman. She had the chance to grow up with us. Sam might have been the sister that Gwen never was. Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her, and her children seemed eager to help the family in their own way. Ernie Jr. has been learning the day-to-day from Zach. It had been a long, long time since any real Roottree was excited. Oh, wait, hold on. Okay, we need to change this up. Okay, so this is... we change this to Samantha, and she's that. We don't know her occupation yet. Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her, and her children seem eager to help the family in their own ways. Ernie Jr. has been learning the day-to-day from Zach, and it has been a long, long time since any real Roottree was as excited and interested in the actual candy as Ernie. As a bonus, Gwyneth has a green thumb of her mother and her adopted grandfather. So one of these is Gwyneth and one is Ernie. We don't know who is who. And was she... I think she was a mechanic? Or maybe... farmer? Okay, she was a farmer. At least they got married in the end, yeah. Nice. Oh.
So, you may have heard the news. Carl's things have gone missing. That includes the pictures and mail I brought you earlier. I promise I didn't steal it. But I did borrow it. I'll return it once we're done. Let me deal with my family in the meantime. Oh, I guess that means I've officially confessed. I'm a Roottrees.
Okay.
I assure you I have a reasonable explanation for the secrecy. I'm about to do something big the family doesn't approve of.
Yeah, are you gonna publish whatever happened that, like, got that one guy disowned?
If you could just wait a little bit longer, I'll tell you more. In person. I'll return after 15 more blood relatives.
Okay. The one is Ernie Jr. and the other is Gwyneth. What I'm almost ashamed of is not figuring out what I'm most ashamed of is not figuring it all out myself. Sam's the spitting image of Patsy with her jet black hair and green eyes. He doesn't have the thick glasses Patsy did, of course, but I guess that skips a generation. Her children have that covered. It's hard to explain the look on Pop's face when they read that the farm's operation would pass to Samantha Roottree for as long as she was willing. I got flashbacks to when Zach was made president. Mother reframed it a bit to calm him down. Sam wouldn't receive any candy money after all, and was essentially inheriting the right to rule over the peasants for eternity. Okay, like, I know you guys are like moguls, but you don't have to be that classist about it, Jesus. Pop warned us away from that farm for years. I never met EC in person, but Pop once referred to him as a confirmed bachelor. Oh, so he slept around a lot. And I suspect that's why he kept us from there. Sam had to grow up in a house with him and his roommate, Mr. Miller. I'm not sure Sam will ever forgive Uncle Junior or Patsy for abandoning her to that life. If I were her, I might never forgive them either. But even so, she seems to blame more than just the two of them. She has no problems with us next gens, but she has a palpable hatred for the Five Pieces and Elias and Gwyneth. Dang it. I love drama, and this is just like giving me all the drama I can handle. Reading this back, I get deja vu. As I write this addendum, Clark's gotten married again. No Roottree has ever remarried. Sure, I lost Jacob, and Gwyn divorced Wild Bill just before she had her second. Not even I can blame her for that. I've seen what he gets up to in Starlet, but neither of us ever took a second husband. With the way the world is moving, I guess it was inevitable someone in the family would remarry. I just wish it wasn't my son. I can only wonder if Clark's apparent disrespect for marriage is due to the lack of a real father. I did what I could, and Lord knows LEC stepped up and helped more than I can say for Clancy and Edward. LEC practically raised Clark and Jim as brothers. Okay, so where's Jim? So there's James, so this must be Eli C. Eli C. practically raised Clark and Jim as brothers whenever he could. Eli's marriage seems fine, and Jim's marriage seems solid as a rock. Pun intended. Oh, because he's married to a woman named Diamond. So who knows what causes these things. I suspect that he's marrying Jane to keep her from running out on the band. Without her, He'd be the third wheel, and I imagine they wouldn't last long as a trio. But still, I don't think a marriage on such a shaky foundation like that can last. And Lord knows I was right last time. Okay, so Clark is a musician. And his second marriage was to Jane someone? Oh. Did he marry... Did he marry Jim's wife's sister? Oh, that's very strange. Okay. Not cool with that there, Clark. Come on, have a little class. The biggest complaint I got after publishing my diary was how many similar names there are. And I get it, there are 4 Elis for Pete's sake. But that's how it is. Someone would say, I saw Eli in town, and I wouldn't know which one they meant. My brother, my uncle, my cousin. That's why they became Uncle Jr., Miracles Eli, and Eli C. Okay, so the Eli... So this is Elias M. Yeah. And Eli C. Our family's names were always unusual. Grandpa Elias was a believer in using the names of each generation to honor those in the last. His father and Grandma Gwen's father were named Edward and Clancy. So now you see where my pop's name came from. Did we have that already? Yeah, Edward Clancy, okay. Now you see where my father's name came from. One thing that's always been consistent in our family, though, is that anytime someone's a junior, they're always the firstborn son. That goes for Miracle, Eli, even Clancy. With the women, however, it all goes out the window. I think Gwendolyn got her name from some combination of Gwyneth and Caroline, who was Eli's mother? Women's names tend to get all mixed up in the generation as the generations went on. I guess that's cause there's no female equivalent to Junior. So if you're reading my diary and confused, you're not alone. Even the government had problems. I remember once receiving a certified email for an Edward Clancy Roottrees. I had to break the news that they got my father's name backwards. Okay, so Gwendolyn is from Gwen and Caroline. I don't know where... Where was Gwendolyn? Oh. Gwendolyn was over there. Okay, so that's not important. Yeah, there's a very big board of names we have to fill out. There's, I think, 60 entries. What's the last note? 10-year anniversary. Apparently, this is the first thing she could find she ever wrote. She knows it was for a school assignment about anger, and she believes, based on the teacher's name, she must have been in the 3rd grade. She doesn't exactly remember the events spelled out here, but she does remember getting in trouble. I got angry when I met a new girl who I do not like. He was dirty and did not have a pretty dress. Me and Pop walked home in town, and she hugged him. When I told her he was my Pop, he pushed me. I got angry and yelled at her, and Pop said to treat her nice. And then she said, "Your Pop is my dad." He screamed it loud in my ear. He was lying to me. Lying is not a nice thing, so I pushed her too. Then I got in trouble, then Pop took her away. He told me, "Don't worry, but I'm glad she's gone." Huh. So does he have another out of wedlock child down here somewhere? But these are all through marriage. I don't know what's up with that. Okay, we finished with that. This is just talking about the phone call. Okay, what's in here? In 1934, someone goes by Patch wrote a letter full of innuendo to an unknown gentleman who it's clear had some romantic history with Patch, as though by the book's author. It's thought by the book's author to have been Patricia Christensen, a daughter and the owner of Christensen Steel. Her name was Pat, and CH were the first two letters of her last name, and Patricia is known to appreciate wordplay like this. Patricia, who would have been in her mid-20s when the letter was written, was married to an older man of no notable status. This letter was most definitely not to him. There are also a few passages after the steamy bits that mention a daughter, leading Tina Angelina to theorize that this letter was written to the father of a child she hid from society in some way. The letter ends on a mention of twisted twin that seems to evoke imagery from classic literature. If not for her story, yours and mine would be the most tragic tale ever told. How awful it is that such beauty was ripped from its rightful fate, and worse, sent to live in possession of your brother's twisted twin. Ah. Wait. Where was that? Dang it, where? Edward Clancy and EC. Okay. EC is definitely another out of wedlock uncle or something, and definitely bad guy. I mean, I can do a quick check. Well, I guess they only have Edward. Yeah, that's probably what this is. This is Edward Clancy, aka the sick, twisted, Joker-fied Clancy Edward, who is, I'm guessing, Elias's out of wedlock sixth kid? Fifth? I don't know what all of this is. And then I'm guessing this means that he assaulted her when she was living on the farm. What else? What other leads do we have right now? We have like a bunch of the cousins, but we don't know where they go to. Yeah, this whole family tree we have no idea about. We know the names here, but not where they really go to. Yes, can we just like Google Yeah, Samantha Roottrees doesn't give us anything. We have... Yeah, we have all of those golded. We do... Junior's name is listed on a website about historical buildings in Butler County. He is listed alongside old residences that have been perversely called punch top houses. Okay, we don't know what any of that is related to. What other strings do we have to pull on? We don't know anything about these. You know Stephanie is in politics, but we don't know how that fits into any of the stuff around here. We don't know the names of any of Gwen's kids, I think. Need something else to look into. What else can we fill out? There's 2 clues in here. Clark's getting married again. Never sure Jacob and I got divorced while Bill. Wonder if Clark's due to that. Lord knows Eli C stepped up and helped. More than I can say for Clancy or Edward. So this must be Clancy. Yeah, Clancy Jr. and then Elias C. And this must be Edward. So we don't know any of their jobs. We go with Clancy Roottrees Jr. Maybe Edward Roottrees. Nothing for that. More than I can say for Clancy or Edward, I see practically raised Clark and Jim as brothers whenever he could. Eli's marriage seems fine, and Jim's marriage seems solid as a rock, pun intended. But I suspect he's marrying Jane to keep her from running out on the band. Without her, he'd be the third wheel, and I imagine it wouldn't last long as a trio. Might have been a sister figure to Gwen that it never was. Ernie Jr. has been learning day to day from Zach. So the oldest would be Ernie Jr. and then Gwyneth. Ernest Jr. And Madsen Gwyneth. Ernie Jr. Gwyneth has green thumb of her mother, her adopted grandfather. Gwyneth is a farmer. And we don't know what Ernest's job was yet. I'm learning the day-to-day from Zach. Was Zach one of the presidents? Okay, Zach's not a bad president. So Ernie must have been a president. Would he have been the third? Maybe the fourth? Oh! That must be the Ernie that Clark talks about, Ernie Jr. Yeah, so he's the fourth president. Who is married to Deborah and daughter Nicole. Oh wait, but no. Because we have a photo of Deborah. Okay, so we have to change these around. So this is Ernest Jr. This is Gwyneth. President, fourth farmer, Deborah, photo of her lighting the candle, and this was Nicole. And we don't know Nicole's occupation yet. Okay. Cool. We got a big cut from that one. Okay. Gwyneth has a green thumb like her mother. What I'm most ashamed is that I didn't figure it About myself. Patsy and her jet black hair and green eyes. Cover. Got a flashback when Zach was made president. Mother reframed it a bit. Calm him down. Bachelor. His roommate, Mr. Miller. If Sam will ever forgive Uncle Junior or Patsy for abandoning her to that life. If I were her, I might never forgive them either. Couple hatred of the fifth five pieces and Elias and Gwyneth. Okay. So I don't have anything with Nicole in it right now. I don't think. Davy, Bethany, and Stephanie. So I'm guessing one of these is going to be Bethany and Stephanie. Because these are roughly set up in like generational divides. Although I'm not super sure. Oh, so this was the other Nicole. That's Nicole Smith. Or was this the other Nicole? I don't know. One of them was. I think it's in my notes. Miracle the Third's wife was Nicole. Right. Okay. I think we can delete that. Fourth president, wife Debbie, daughter Nicole, second cousin. Got that. Got Davy that swims, Bethany's in the yearbook. Stephanie, who's a child. And then Zach, who would be the third president. So he would be somewhere over here, I think. Or maybe, no, that's Elias M. So Zach must be one of Gwendolyn's kids. Can we look up Zach Roottrees about... Oh geez, how do you spell Zachary? Or maybe Zachariah? Did they spell it with a K? No, it's spelled with a C. I don't know. Okay. Not easily searchable. We have some hints we could look through if we need anything else. Got angry when I met a new girl who did not like. I did not. I think I've gotten almost everything out of this that I can. We don't know the names of either of these two. includes Bonnie, Gwendolyn, Miracle Jr., Jim, Clark, Carol, and Eli M. Oh, so the president is Guy Hudson. Okay. Can we look up that? There we go. Fancy Flavors was an addition to the 5-piece product line for less than a year in 1979. It was Guy Hudson's first and historically most cited move as president of Roottrees. It was an attempt to cater more towards what he thought was the average person wanted. Guy looked at his own wealth, which was an often source of envy for others, and decided to tap into the idea that if they added fancy flavors to 5 pieces, anyone could live like they were wealthy. The philosophy led to a flavor in 5 pieces that was meant to mimic caviar. 5 pieces sold less that year than it had in any other year, except in some foreign markets. It was very quickly announced that caviar was meant to be a limited flavor and would go back to normal as soon as possible. Yeah, no fish eggs, please. Thank you, in my candy. So what if we Google fancy flavors? Fancy flavors, Guy Hudson. Okay, that's just the same one. So it must be somewhere over here. How many do we... Okay, we have very few filled out so far. We don't have... We do have Caroline, Ernie, Kenneth M, and Eli M. I don't know, like, what position any of them are in, though. Oh, wait, this is... Okay, this guy has Eli on it. On his shirt. So that must be... That's Eli M. In the, like, mechanic shirt. Where... And then we don't know his occupation yet. Elias M. Roottrees. Who's... Okay, yeah, it's just the great-granddad. So Guy Hudson must be one of the sons here. Oh, there's how you spell it. Zachariah Morden. Okay, that didn't work. What about Zach Wilson? Okay, was that? Oh, there's no H in the Zachariah. Still no Zach Wilson. Nothing for him either. Okay. Where else can we get any new information? Got all of that. Doesn't seem like there's anything we need from here. Figuring out Gwen's sons might be good. That must be this guy with the rainbow tie. Okay, and then oh. Do we ever Google miracle? Yeah, we just get the Miracle Network. Yeah, we don't know. Okay. So he's married to Edith. That doesn't help us with his brother, Elias. That must be... maybe Samantha? Ugh. Can we look up like Yukon swim team? You can search for When you search for Yukon, you found out this is the University of Connecticut and that Davy Kellogg IV is on their swim team and the Huskies. He also came in second in his most recent competition, though that doesn't seem relevant. Okay, so now... So that's... So somewhere... someone marries into the Kellogg's. And then there's a bunch of them. And then they're close to Chris's age. Nothing from Bethany either. Okay. What else do we have? That must be Stephanie. I'm not sure who's Stephanie. She's younger than him and she's a cousin. These would be like half siblings, but yeah, that wouldn't be cousin. I'm guessing it would be in one of these branches. Just don't know how like any of these connect out. Maybe we look up Gwendolyn? Yeah, nothing on her. So, would her husband be Guy? I wish there was a way to like quickly find out the spouses. Yeah, Nicole Madsen doesn't show up there. Unfortunately, we don't have like any good information on the people we have left to fill stuff out for. About Clark Rafferty. few fantasies for the band Jim and the Diamonds seem to mention that he used to make music with Clark Rafferty. Mention an album called These Times. Ah, there we go. A band called J&C plus J&D released one single called These Times. Someone with the username XXX Diehard Dazzler XXX scanned the cover and noted that it cost him over $200 at auction. Apparently, this was Jim Rattray and Diamond LaRux's first song together. He also mentioned that it was performed with Jim's cousin and Diamond's sister, and that it was only somewhat similar to Jim and Diamond's later work. You can't find anything else about XX Diehard Dazzler XXX, the band, or the single. So all that's left to do is add the scan to your evidence. After a blazing fast 35 minutes. Okay. Because it's the 90s and we're on dial-up, a 35-minute download for the song. We can't find anything more on Die Hard Dazzler. No. These Times is an old single from the folk group JC plus JD. You have to scan the album as well as recorded. I also listed songs credit as lyrics plus lyrics by Clark Rafferty and James Rafferty, backup vocals by the LaRuxes. On it is a sticker that says folk style song written and catchy, MMM Magazine. The lyrics of the song contain no clues. MMM Magazine. And we go to periodicals. MMM Magazine. Keyword. I don't know. Diamond? No. These Times? Okay. So one of these is Clark and one is James. I think Clark would still have the beard. He's the blonde. Brunette means this Clark. Okay, so we have one more. We need to find out Ernest's job or Eli's job, and then we can maybe find something out about Nicole. Nicole wouldn't still be a student, I don't think. And magazine. Oh, periodical added. Creation of Modern Music Monthly, a magazine from the 40s to the 80s, went out of business due to high competition, much more major publication. Ah, here we go. A section of the magazine called Skip It or Flip It has a short, pithy blurb about the record. Times, a new single from CRJ, Clark Rafferty, Jim Rafferty, and the Crook Sisters. Amateurish folk style song written, catchy at times, but ultimately doesn't do anything. Okay, that's just the same thing we already knew. And we copy copy that. And paste. Okay, what about Larux? Oh, an article in 1968, you find a small section focusing on young upcoming talent in the modern music monthly and make it big. This is to say about the Laruxes. The Larux sisters got their start doing session work for their great uncle's record label. If you remember any songs from the 60s to 65 featuring the voice of kids, they were probably involved. Back then, they were credited as the Lucky Laruxes. Now that he's passed, they've moved on to bigger, better ventures and are going by their full names. Diamond and Jane have been touring with some famous faces. Ever heard of the Roottrees? They are looking to release an album, something in the next year. The youngest, Kim, is about to step into a prominent role on Broadway, taking over for one of the children in Oliver. Lucky Laruxes indeed. Okay, so there's another Larux somewhere. Jane de Bellacino is listed as a talent for hire site as a wedding singer. Way down in the credentials sections in her biography, it mentions she got her start as a young girl when she was Jane Larux of the Lucky Ruxes. It also mentions to only contact her agent in the event that you actually wish to hire her, that any and all inquiries about her past or her sister would be ignored. What about... Okay, nothing for Kim. Nothing relevant for Kim either. Okay. What if we search this for the Roottrees? Nothing relevant. Okay. Wait, what was the other album we had? Here we go. Rolling down to the city. In an interview titled A Reluctant Hitmaker. Dang, nothing. Reluctant Hitmaker. Jin goes into his first band. Until a few years ago, Diamond and I were in C&J plus J&D with my cousin and his ex. Clark never knew his father, so our grandpop insisted he spend time with my dad and me. As a result, Clark and I grew up like brothers. Diamond and Jane, on the other hand, are actual sisters. So the four of us had a sort of cutesy family band going on. Not our finest hour regardless. When Diamond walked in on Clark in bed with her and Jane's other sister, everything exploded. No more family band. The only thing Clark and I had in common was music, but even then we never agreed on what it should be. He was always more interested in catchy tunes, something you hum a week later. I've been told Roland is like that, but that wasn't my goal. When he called me up and said he liked it, I took it as a sign I was going in the wrong direction. Ooh, that's harsh. That made him laugh, but I'm trying to make art. I don't mind saying any of this because he'd agree. For most of the decade, he was a mess, but he's a lot happier now. He started Raffer Tunes, and he's a much better jingle writer than songwriter. One of the benefits of our famous family is a massive company willing to be a client. That's also how my father was connected to Roottree. All of his old ad campaigns were hung on the walls over the record player, but I was never interested. I just went straight for music. I guess Clark was paying more attention. Okay, and then that also let us, his job is advertising for Clancy. And then we know Clancy is in here somewhere, but we don't know who. Hmm. I'm guessing maybe black hair and glasses? Wait, no, he was the advertiser. Clancy is unknown. No, okay, it's not. Not close enough to pick that out. And then I think she might be her. They have the same hairstyle, basically. Okay. Ooh, what is this? Photo of the Raffertoons website. It was labeled the inspiration for the famous ad campaign. Clark was in a department store getting a family portrait with his wife and children when his wife was trying to get Catherine, his youngest, to calm down for a picture. He had the idea for the Rafferty Super Bowl ad. Okay, so that's Clark as an old man. And then that's Catherine. Oh no, Katrina. Rafferty, LaCrux, Katrina. This must be Jane. And then we don't know. Rafferty or LaCrux. This must be Jessica. And then Braces is older. Guessing these are both students? No? Rena youngest, yeah. Don't know. Those are Not in either of these. Yeah, that's Davy, Bethany, and Stephanie. And those are Chris's cousins anyways, not his siblings. Tunes. Clark Rafferty Lacroix's advertising firm. The About page. And a picture labeled the inspiration for the famous Super Bowl ad campaign. Below that, in more details, Clark was in a department store, family portrait when his wife and children. And his wife was trying to get his youngest, Katrina, to calm down for a picture. The idea for the Rafferty Super Bowl ad. Rafferty Maple's Super Bowl commercial from 1994 has a family bickering in the department store with when the father bites into a Rafferty Maple crisp. Time stops and a jingle plays while he dances down the aisle. As he does, different things in the department store become Rafferty candy. For example, a bed that the father collapses into becomes a giant chocolate bar. The jingle, "Need the Rest," went on to be featured in other commercials with other scenarios. We get something from the Maple Crisp? No. What about just Maple Crisp? Nothing. Need the Rest? Famous jingle from the Rafferty Maple, originally a Super Bowl commercial. The jingle goes, "When you're surrounded by madness and mayhem, reach for the best. There's enough there to share, but let's face it, you need the rest." Oh, so he's not a musician anymore. Maybe he's in advertising now? And these are... There we go. Okay, that's got us worked out for them. Oh, so this is not Jane LaCrux. Maybe? Wait. Then if these are Rafferty LaCrux, how is that not Jane? Because otherwise they should be there. That's very weird. Okay. What else we got? What time is it also? Oh, it's not even 3 o'clock yet. Okay. We don't know who that is. That's this wife. Still don't know any of that. Also, this photo isn't right, at least, of Elias. Maybe that's Elias? Or maybe Maybe the young one is Elias? Yeah, maybe it's the young one. Then that would be Clancy. Like that for Edward. Since those four are together. And Samantha, and then we don't know who that is. Good. I wanted Eli to stand all the way to the left, since to me it looked like Pop. He insisted the four of us stand together, so we clumped up in the middle behind us. Grandma insisted we include Sam, even if we didn't want to. None of us understood why, including Sam, so don't think it fair that Miracle made it in. Technically a 5-piece. My inner child is still holding a grudge. So those... So these two are... Gwen's kids. We still have no idea who they actually are. Except from one is Zach, I guess. Okay. What about this? Already gone through all of those. I feel like there should be more stuff. Roottrees curse. Got us into this rabbit hole with Time Cube. What is Operation? You find more conspiracy websites. Some people out there claim that the Roottrees are changing the candy recipe to include more and more chemicals, and that it was done in cooperation with bad actors from an unknown government. They claim that due to a loophole in the calendar, it It is possible to get away with nearly any crime on a leap day so long as it isn't discovered until after the day is over, and that every 4 years, on a leap year, the Roottrees company hosts a meeting with foreign agents who conspire to poison our children. Their proof is Roottrees candies contain polyglycerol polyracilate, an ingredient of the candy that wasn't there when it was first released. They claim it is added in an attempt to addict people and eventually induce mind control. The website claims to sell pills that counteract the effects for children that have already eaten Roottrees candy in the past. You do an additional search for polyglycerol polyracilate, and it seems to be an emulsifier in chocolates approved by the FDA and widely used across many products. Okay. About Thomas Overwood. Thomas Overwood seems to have very few different sites about mysterious deaths and curses. In addition to the Roottrees curse website, you also find out the truth behind Spirit Cola, which claims that Spirit really stands for Satan's plague is returning in 2000. In that the year 2000, anyone who has drunk Spirit Cola will die. Another website is Stock Markets and the Devil's Number, which claims that if you multiplied any stock's price by 666, polyricinolate, ricin, then added those two numbers together and divide the entirety total by the stock price, and finally subtract the current year, you'll always end up with 666. Spirit Cola is a carbonated drink only found in the southern US. It comes from various flavors including lemon, lime, and cherry. None of this seems to be relevant at all to the Roottrees. So I guess, yeah, none of this is super important. We need like other stuff going on. Nothing from Morden. That's got to be like EC or maybe Morden back there. We don't know what's up with them. I wish we had names for everyone in this photo. Maybe is that in here? Aunt Margot, did we already... Yeah, we already got Margolite, who's Wynn's mom. Maru, Unlucky Cousin, Clark, Starlet, Bill Williams, Harrison Lane. If we look up Harrison Lane, you find some infamous... And website, Harrison Lane was a television actor with a major role in Guys Like Us and some other films. The largest role before Guys Like Us was as a villain in the first season of Western Frontiers. Due to the popularity of Guys Like Us, the studio brought Lane back to play the villain's twin brother, this time as a hero joining the protagonist. Western Frontiers has no connection to the Roottrees. Harrison Lane seems to be a dead end. Harrison Lane married his high school sweetheart after they returned to the movie premiere. We look up we can only do books at the public library. Find some information of films that are not yet available on VHS. Plus film. Starring Gwen Roottrees, Leslie Florence. Have you ever looked up Leslie Florence? Leslie Florence, Gwen Roottrees co-star in Guys Like Us. Not much relevant information as she does not have any additional credits on the site. There isn't even a Did You Know trivia section for her. Else. Anything for Western Frontiers? Yeah, it just leads back to Harrison Lane stuff. Okay. No, to be fair, web crawler was good, but I also miss Ask Jeeves. Yeah. God, all the old internet stuff. It would be really funny if we could... Oh, I guess maybe Bonzi Buddy was like a couple years after this. It would be funny to download like one of those crazy virus web browsers like in this game and just like completely mess up your model. Entry entitled Dynasty from Lauren Roottrees. Clancy told me that everyone got quite heated. Granddad was furious. None of his sons would take over as president, but that's what he gets for holding onto it for so long. With architects, preachers, and lawyers, nobody's got time for candy. So with the 5 pieces refusing to step up, it came down to us next gens. Pop argued at length the company should stand with our branch of the family since we still have the Roottrees name, and I'm not even sure Clancy would have wanted it. But he's the one who was volunteered. Instead, it ended up with Zach, even though his surname doesn't match the candy. He's the firstborn son of the firstborn 5-piece, and I'm not sure how that's relevant to running a company, but Granddad has always had a very practical view when it came to bloodline. Absolutely not. Them in Wild Tangent. No thank you very much. I have a nice day. I removed so much of that junk back in the day. Yeah. I asked Clancy if it ever came up to that a woman could take over. After all, Aggie's older than Zach. And I'm next oldest of us all. But he just laughed. I'll never forget the cuss words Pop used when he told Ma it wouldn't go to us. Mother, ever the quick wit, at least with catchy remarks, countered that maybe they wanted it to go to the only member of the family who looks like he samples the product. They just call Zach fat? Okay, but that does give us a timeline, so it's her. Batman. So that's gotta be... I'm guessing Zach Morden? That's gotta be James. So that's... Morden Angelica. He was the second president. She would be a housewife because Wynn was the first one not a housewife, and Wynn is younger than Aggie, I think. So that should be those two. Do we have another person that we could quickly... double check with? We can change up Elias's photo. There we go. Okay. And I think he's still the older one. Edward's the younger one. Okay. So now we have more of this. Can we go into Angelica Morden? Maybe? No. Yeah, still nothing for them. Okay. Even though his surname doesn't match the candy, the firstborn son. He just laughed. I'll never forget cuss words Pop used. He told Ma it wouldn't go to us. Mother Eve, ever the quick-witted, at least Patty remarks, countered. I'm the only member that looked like he sampled the product. Given his wife and abandoned. Vice Ritchie had given in to his wife and announced that Sam, an obscure relative he included in family gatherings. Gwyneth had been perused and pushed to include Sam for quite a while. Writes, why Sam? Granddad. Trimmed their branches in the family tree. So why is Sam special? Aggie summoned all the next gen to a secret meeting in Zach's office. Wynn's in Paris, but that was spent ages trying to unravel the mystery. None of us had even met Sam until Uncle Junior's wedding to Patsy. So who's... Yeah, so that's Patsy. The Junior's wedding to Patsy. Last year at the reception, when I asked who Sam was, Pop shushed me and said it was complicated. Clancy swore he saw Sam working alongside the farmhands EC and John. He used to drive by the old Anderson farm on his way to work. Upon hearing that, Zach checked the records and managed to confirm all three on the books. Eli, Miracle's youngest, not my brother, even chimed in. Apparently, when he was riding his mini bike alongside the farm a week ago, Sam gave him some old tools and taught him how to make the bike's engine faster. None of us thinks that's proper for a multitude of reasons, but Eli certainly seemed thrilled. End of the day, nothing explains why an outsider has cozied up the family. Barely 18. Daniela isn't much. Okay, so Clark's first marriage was to Daniela. Okay. Clark, like the rest of his generation, is a free spirit. What else do you call a group of kids growing up with more money than any one person can spend? And they all aspire to be musicians and artists and dancers. Discipline is Clark, and that's probably because Pop forced him to the academy. Generation was never so bad. My brothers all seem to pursue paths of knowledge. Rebellious things they ever did is date a black person. Swashbuckle my heart. Jacob. I think he'd be proud that Clark and I are carrying on his name. Even my cousins are doing well. Zach's not a bad president. After all, and his sister seems to be doing a good job raising her twins, Gwen and Wit. Okay, so these are the two Gwens. Oh, we can't use the same? Wait, what? That says divorce. Who got divorced? What? And his sister seems to be doing a good job raising her twins. Oh, Gwyn is Gwyn, but at least she came out of the divorce with her head held high. Okay, so these... I completely misread that. These aren't twins, but these are twins. I don't know who they are. The free spirits in any family, they'd all end up on the streets, even Clark. Okay. And then we have Earn. That's names, anger. When divorced Wild Bill just before she had her second. Not even I can blame her for that. The way the world is moving, I guess that was inevitable. He looked up more than I could say for Edward. Clancy or Edward. Raised Clark and Jim as brothers. I don't think that's all. Okay. We still don't have anything for Ernest, huh? And I guess we could go through like these pictures and try to find it. We don't know Gwyneth either. How many Mordens do we have left? Oh, Caroline and Gwendolyn? Hmm. And I'm still not sure where Stephanie fits into this. DM. So Stephanie is... Whose name is CM? Not Clark. Is it... Wouldn't be Claire. Stephanie should be... You could talk to your girls about putting out a statement supporting Stephanie, but use the publicity your daughters bring. Don't let our conflicts spread to the next generation. Stephanie Joan. So I don't know where that goes to. When Roottrees. Use a bonus. I'll put the water damaged picture of the free spirits out of the frame. This fell out too. Make it to the reunion. Wishing you the best from Paris. Gwen and the boy. We tried searching the free spirits before, right? Yeah. Doesn't get us anything. Already gotten everything with this. Here's for your Watchman of the Year, Business Watch, Company Root, Wife Brenda, Carl's cousin Jim, and his patterns were being copied by other brands, seeing the demand Carl and his second cousin Ernie spearheaded Root. Other blood relatives are bankrolled the company. Sister were recruited to show off the baby clothes. Carl was voted Watchman of the Year. Ugh. I'm lost and I don't know where I'm supposed to go from here. We ever found out anything about James's kids? Oh, rolling down to the city. Although James writes a majority of his songs and plays the guitar, often sings, Diamond is considered by the fans to be the singer. Ooh, we can look up Cherry Tree and Sound of Laughter. Oh Oh, no relevance for cherry tree. What about sound of laughter? Nothing relevant there either. And if you can find a picture of the cover, it doesn't appear to have ever been successful. Some basic liner notes exist for Jim Root fan page. It states the lyrics and the guitar credited to Jim, while the vocals are credited to Diamond. Cherry tree? Pretty general search term. Okay. God, what else can we look through? Jacob and I got married at 16. Free spirit. What else do you call a group of kids growing up? Women send. They all aspire to be musicians and artists and dancers and all that nonsense. So that doesn't actually give us a job. Ugh. Wait, that said Edward set to take over his department once he retires. Okay, so Edward is a lawyer? Okay. I don't know what any of that is. We don't have any other big connections in together. Unless we do like that. I don't know what Clancy's occupation is. And we could do student. Okay, there we go. That was a bit of educated guessing, but got some stuff put together. Don't have a picture. Of Ernest Jr. Also, that's Bird's Senior. Must be one of these guys. I don't know, we don't have a definitive. Have a definitive picture for Ernest yet. Okay. Anything else we can glean from this? Says there's still like one more thing from here. I don't know. We get one in here. There'd been a fly on the wall. More company determine his successor. Should have been a fly on a wall. Nancy told me that everyone got quite heated and was furious that none of his sons would take over as president, but that's what he gets for holding on to it for so long. Architects, preachers, and lawyers. Nobody has got time for candy. Nancy wanted in. He's the one who has volunteered. So, yeah, that's just saying that, like, Clancy is the oldest. Up argued at length the company should stay with the branch of the family. We still have the Roottrees name. Clancy sure would have wanted it. Instead, it ended up with Zach, even though he's the firstborn. I asked Clancy if it ever came up that a woman could take over. After all, Aggie's older than Zach, and I'm next oldest of us all, but he just laughed. Never forget the cuss words Pop used. He told Ma it wouldn't go to us. Yeah, there's nothing for Clancy there. Said Clancy was in the academy. So is there a... Yeah, there is military. I guess maybe that's his occupation? I don't know. So we possibly have Clancy figured out. Still don't know. How can I not know family history when we... Clearly, I didn't know our family history when I wrote this. I didn't even know Sam was a Roottries. All of the doubts were ill-founded. She's a fine woman. Had she the chance to grow up with us, it might have been the sister Gwen never was. Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her. And her children seem eager to help the family. Ernie Jr. has been learning day-to-day from Zach. It's been a long, long time since any real Roottries was excited and interested in the actual candy as Ernie. As a bonus, Gwyneth has the green thumb of her mother and her adopted grandfather. What I'm most ashamed of is not figuring it all out myself. Sam is the spitting image of Patsy with her jet black hair and green eyes. She doesn't even have thick glasses. Patsy did, of course, but I guess that skips a generation. Her children have that covered. Okay, so... So Ernest has thick glasses. And so does Madison. We don't know. He has a green thumb. I would guess she's a farmer as well. Because it says she has a green thumb. Gwyneth has a green thumb of her mother. Was it Gwyneth Madsen? Yeah, nothing for her. I'm most ashamed is not figuring out myself. Image, Patsy, children have that covered. Hard to explain the look on Pop's face when he heard the farm's operations would pass to Samantha, as long as she was willing. Flashbacks to Zach was made president. Mother affirmed him. Samantha wouldn't receive any candy money after all, and was essentially inheriting the right to rule over the peasants for eternity. Pop warned us away from that farm for years, and I never met EC in person, but Pop once referred to him as a confirmed bachelor, and I suspect that's why he keeps us from there. Sam had to grow up in a house with him and his roommate, Mr. Miller. I'm not sure Sam will ever forgive Uncle Junior or Patsy for it yet. So it's gotta be I wonder that is no, yeah, that's gotta be that the adopted daughter there? No, the adopted daughter is I don't know, I'm confused about what I'm missing. I mean, the only thing I can really think of is that Madison's profession is not farmer. And she's not like a housewife. Not a principal. What do I have left over here? Don't know Elias's son yet. We got Davy on the swim team, and Davy's younger sister is Bethany. Do you have any clue where they fit into here? Hmm. Stephanie, who's only a child. Don't know who Stephanie. Okay. What else can we go through? None of these have anything. Lena City was barely hit, according to inflation in the Middle East. And that's who it was. Only the great grandson. Hip hop disco. Wait. Inrockty, Jim Rockty, and Diamond LaRoux. And the notable Rockty. Okay. Must have some. Must have some stuff hidden in it. Oh, maybe. Okay, new periodical magazine aimed at teenage girls. The website has a section that offers condolences for the loss of the Roottrees sisters. Fashion line was often covered by our magazine in Rihanna Rootrees' first appearance on the cover on her 16th birthday. Okay. Blast played host to many Roottree advertisements over the years from many of their productions, including 5 pieces. They flood the results. Okay. Not good enough. I mean, none of them have like 5 kids in this generation, so it wouldn't be any of them. So much going on. I feel like I'm still missing a ton of information. You know, I feel like I should be able to get these guys easier. Don't have anything more on Clancy. Yeah, nothing on Clancy. Who would be Charles? Clark's apparent disrespect for marriage is due to the lack of a father. More than I can say for Clancy or Edward. What if we did Clancy? Irrelevant. Clark. Go back to Carl. Carl Roottrees voted. The cover is a summary of the article have been added here. Yeah, we already got that. Looks like Brenda Roottrees and their daughters. He was the president of the company, clothing company Root. And with his wife. Sisters, unmatched. Not a police officer. Didn't join the police academy. Not a firefighter. I think he's supposed to be military. Is he... He's the president for Clark. Or is he the third president? No. I think he is supposed to be the second president. And then... because he took over for Ernest, so he has to be the fourth. Dynasty. Ugh. Would it be Clancy that I've gotten third and Ernest fourth? No. Where are notes? It's where Brender's your book. Zach's not a bad president. Where did we find the TV show? That under Gwyn? Yes, Gwinucci. Get in the tabloids, especially around guys. Biggest role was in the movie Guys Like Us. She left flop of Christmas Mission. Relayed picture of Granny from behind the scenes of one of her movies. Evidence. Gwyn is the granddaughter of Elias, founder of Roottrees Family. Should have been named Roottrees, but her father took her mother's famous name. It was quite rare in the. Famous was a flop. Oh, no. Someone did like a TV show. They only got one season of it. Second season was canceled. Roottrees. Ah, there. I think this was it. Brother Trouble. Is that it? Trouble. Played by single mother Tessa Graymain. Showrunner, small-time director Ron Roottrees. So someone. Who's Ron Roottrees? Ron Roottrees, a small screen director and head of RR Productions. He directed an episode, few of the other shows. RR Productions. Defunct production company. Responsible for the Brother Trouble. You find a comment on a Usenet board stating that Brother Trouble ended up being an ironic name considering the rumors around RR Productions, Ron and Robbie Roottrees. There's not much relevant information about Robbie Roottrees. In a comment thread on a message board around the television's cliches, you find a thread called "Why Was Brother Trouble Cancelled?" One user speculates, I think it's because the writing went really downhill in season 2. They actually had an episode where Roxy was addicted to sniffing markers. Another person replied, maybe it's due to the rumor about Robbie Roottrees on Silver Screen magazine. There's a link to some kind of article, but it appears to be dead. You mean Silver Screen magazine? In Silver Screen magazine. Nothing there. Nothing from any of those. So the twins... No, they're not the twins. So would that be... the twin that had the twins? No. Of course. Those boys. Gwen is Gwen. Zach's not bad present after all, and his sister seems to be doing a good job raising her twins. Gwen is Gwen, but at least she came out of the divorce with her head held high. Even told her she might come home with the kids next year. I mean, is that... Are they Robbie and... Robbie? There isn't much information about Robbie Roottrees. I think it's because the writing went really downhill. Oh, there we go. Screen Magazine was a Hollywood insider magazine focusing less on actors and actresses and more about the nitty-gritty of writing, directing, costuming, and set design. Ran from 1901, but it was brought by a bigger, more recognizable magazine a few years ago. The website now redirects to the new magazine. The new magazine doesn't appear to have any relevance to your case. Okay, but now we can do this and looking for Rob. What about Robbie? A Small Rumors article from 1992 that claims that television screenwriter Robbie Roottrees was allegedly tried and convicted under the name Robert in a French court of law. It seems he, again allegedly, embezzled from the company RR Productions to fuel a gambling habit that left him hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt. He fled to Paris, where he grew up, and then Silver Screen continues to insist this is all very much allegedly assumed. An officer assaulted an officer who came to question him. The article's author says they were unable to get a statement from French authorities, but received information from an anonymous source and were about to confirm through public record that there was a trial involving Robert Roottrees around the time that Brother Trouble was canceled. So that's what? Robert and Ron. Ron Roottrees is small screen director and the head of PR Productions. He directly directed an episode. Screen director. There we go. That's Robert. And he was... Robbie. User. It's because the writing went downhill. How much relevant information about Robbie? Showrunner and small screen director Ron. Screenwriter. So that means either that's not Ernest or he's not in the military. And that has to be Ernest because he's the only one not shown. We must have a different job than being in the military. Okay. Okay, what else can we pick apart? We already look up RR production. Brother Trouble. Spring, yeah, okay. Okay, I think maybe that's where we'll end it for tonight. See if we can't pick up the rest some other time. This was a very long stream. Okay, but we're back to doing some of these longer ones, at least as long as I'm here by myself. We might also have to start using our hints next time because I don't know how we're gonna get information on these guys. Until then, I hope everyone enjoyed the stream. Thanks to all of our new friends that showed up, including Labyrinth and Donald, and our returning friends, Rack Bear, Captain, Blue Bar. I hope everyone enjoyed the stream. I'll be making a VOD of this and hopefully being able to put it up on YouTube. I'll do more about that when I actually manage to upload stuff. Till then, have a nice night, have some sweet dreams, and I'll see everyone next time. Bye-bye.